No game until the weekend, but the Sabres were back on the ice yesterday at practice, ramping up before Saturday, and some injury updates with the team returning to the ice. Mattias Samuelsson was back, his first practice since the break. He broke a bone in his foot blocking a shot before the break, but he was back out there. Jordan Greenway also ready to return to the Sabres lineup. He has been out since the middle of December. Luukkonen, Jokiharju, Dahlin all not on the ice yesterday, obviously because of the Four Nations tournament, but they're expected to rejoin the team tomorrow. To the Four Nations tournament, the U.S. coach Mike Sullivan saying yesterday that Quinn Hughes was on his way, was coming to join Team USA, the Canucks superstar defenseman, but then it came out after from Elliot Friedman and others that the U.S. can only play Hughes if there is another injury to the team. So now the situation is fluid as to whether he's actually coming to Boston or not, and if they'll be able to get him in the lineup. That game, of course, tomorrow night at just after 8 o'clock. To football, yesterday was the first day to franchise tag players. We didn't get anything official. Javon Holland, star safety of the Miami Dolphins. Cameron Wolfe reports that the Dolphins are not expected to place the tag on Holland. Andy Dalton signs a 2-year contract extension with the Carolina Panthers. It's a 2-year, $8 million deal. And Adam Schefter says Aaron Rodgers would be thrilled to go to Los Angeles if the Rams and Matthew Stafford cannot come to an agreement or were to get traded. So Rodgers still wants to play, and that's the first team that we have a report on where he'd like to go, L.A. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Next candy holiday is Easter, right? Valentine's Day
is one of the candy holidays.
It's a small one, but yeah.
Chocolate.
Yep.
Easter is the candy that you would never eat any other day of the year, but you'll eat the chalk. No, wait, that's Valentine's Day I'm thinking of. The chalk hearts.
Yeah.
With the words on them. Be mine, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Those are terrible.
What are those called? Those have a name. The mini hearts.
It's like biting into chalk is what it is.
Yeah. What are they called?
So Easter, we're getting... Easter is just the candy you always eat. We're just going to shape it like an egg.
Right. Or make it pastel colored.
Or pastel colored, right. That's it.
The Brock's Conversation Hearts is what we're thinking about.
Okay.
Right, Brock's. They make the hearts. Do they make anything else? Have they been in business for hundreds of years just making those
They make gummies, I think, too. Like little fruit gummies.
Okay,
but I bet their number one is still...
I'm also seeing Necco Sweethearts. You can do that, too.
Ugh. Necco. Get them out of here.
I forgot about those. I mean, I probably haven't seen Conversation Hearts in a long time.
Yeah, you also get the chocolate eggs with the candy shell. There's just Cadbury ones.
The Robin eggs?
Yeah, those when we get to Easter season, those are the good ones.
Robin eggs.
Yeah.
The Robin eggs are great. Yeah, I'll go there.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Easter's a little bit away. So
when is Easter this year?
That's a tough thing about Easter for branding. You never know what it is.
April 20th.
All right.
That's a late one this year.
It sounds late. Because sometimes it's in March.
Yeah, that's like NFL draft weekend, isn't it?
5 days before.
4 days before. Thursday the 24th was day one.
That's right. Hey, everybody, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. The next candy holiday, it's Easter. And then after that, it's not until Halloween.
Yeah, there's no is there a summer
candy
day? Like 4th of July, I don't expect to see any candy anywhere.
No.
Does candy just get
dips.
replaced with popsicles and s'mores?
Yes.
S'more season.
That's exactly right, I think.
Oh, here we go. The months in sweets. Right?
Okay. October.
December to February is chocolate season.
Yep.
March to April is
Pastel and
season.
Egg candy season.
Then after that is s'more season. Starts early May, but whatever.
And the bomb pops and all the popsicles.
And then October is everything season.
Everything. Yeah. We skipped just September. We're just not really.
I think that's late s'mores.
Late s'mores.
Yeah.
September might be a better s'mores month than like July.
That's true. Fall
Right?
feels like better s'more weather for you?
Yeah. Right. The fire at night in September versus the fire at night in July. Yeah, give me that.
Listen, speaking of having fires at night and campfires and all that stuff, maybe you have an outdoor fire pit or a place you like to go to have a fire in the backyard. It's been so cold you don't even want to do that.
No.
It's too cold to heat yourself.
Yeah.
Which is another level of cold.
Don't people do the hot tub in the winter thing sometimes?
Yeah. Is it too cold for that?
I don't think you could probably even do that. Like freezing vents and such.
Well, it feels not that cold today. It's currently a real feel of 1. So, that's something. We're back on our stream today on YouTube. If you want to watch us on YouTube and on Twitch, we were down for a couple of days. I know you missed us, so we're back. So you can check us out there. And, of course, hang out. The weather today, it looks like a high of 19, which is kind of chilly, but it's better. We're trending up. This time next week, we're into the 30s, high 30s.
Awesome.
Not bad, right?
I was looking at the weather through like 2 weeks, and I saw 40 in rain. I'm like, oh my, I can't wait till 40 in rain. I cannot wait.
We're going to get
the weekend after,
a week's worth of soup out there because it's going to be 40 for days on days on days, and this glacier we've been encrusted in is going to melt. So anyway, we've got plenty to get to today. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock as the Sabres are back to practicing, and the team is back as well because all the players that were at the Four Nations have been eliminated. So Darlene and UPL and Yoki Haru can all go back. So the Sabres get back to practice, and they'll play Saturday against the Rangers. We'll talk to Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock, get his thoughts on the Four Nations. Eric Edholm on the draft, NFL draft, at 9 o'clock. So those are our two guests. In between, we'll talk, a good amount of stuff about, whatever comes up, like we always do. I was listening yesterday to the afternoon show, Joe, and I kind of self-scouted what they were talking about and then what we talk about and calls and all this stuff. And I thought to circle back. Let's have a nice office meeting right here.
Okay.
You guys want to circle back on something? Let's circle back on James Cook.
All right.
Because they talked about it a lot yesterday and his importance and contract and, the franchise tag has me thinking this because if they slow play this, then this time next year, blah, blah, blah. And one of the big things is of the guys that need extensions, where does Cook fall in? How important is it to the offense? Is he going to be the first running back that they commit a second contract to? That really is the biggest question. Will he be the first? And for me, I am guilty of not thinking about him or worrying about it at all. When we get a call, hey guys, what about trading James Cook here for this or this? I think I don't know why anybody would trade for a running back. Why would you just draft one?
Right.
The Bills have drafted a lot of them, 4 of them. Since Devin Singletary. It's been Singletary, Moss, Cook, Ray Davis. 4 picks in the first 4 rounds.
Second, 2/3, and a fourth.
Yeah. I was walking in the building today thinking about that, thinking, can you imagine if an NFL team today traded a second, 2/3, and a fourth and said, we've got a running back room? You'd say, you're out of your mind. Yeah. Why are you spending those assets on those pieces? So anyway, on Cook, I just think the Bills, my answer is they shouldn't worry about it. Mm-hmm. What's the real big concern? We've seen this position be endlessly replaceable.
Yeah.
More than any other. And it bears out in contracts and career length. And it gets to a point where on, this past offseason or 2 offseasons ago, where they're not getting the money they want and the television shows are asking if running backs should have their own union.
Yes, there was a Zoom call, wasn't there?
The running backs
All the
had
running
a
backs
Zoom
got
call.
a Zoom call to figure out what to do.
Because the league has figured out
I thought they
that
were going to go on strike.
you don't have to pay these guys. Then, of course, we had the season with Barkley and Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs, and it kicked up a little bit more. Oh, maybe this position is important. And I am not there at all. I am not swayed by Saquon Barkley's season. I am not moved by Derrick Henry's season any more than I'm moved by James Cook's season. It is not a position that it doesn't mean I would never sign one, never draft one, but the thing I would almost never do with running back is worry. Just never worry.
Right.
What's going to happen? Just get another one.
Or just plug in one that's already on your team, maybe?
Usually.
How bad do we think they'd be if Ray Davis just had to start at the beginning of the season?
And got all of their carries.
I'm not saying he'd be as good.
No, probably not.
But would your offense take a major hit? Well, I wonder, to play devil's advocate, would they probably... I guess is this different than Singletary, though? What they probably don't want to do is guy that was kind of lost at the beginning of his career, didn't have the blocking, and maybe he still doesn't have that, but maybe was still trying to figure out his role in the NFL and put the work in and did it and became a leader even on the team. McDermott said he's on the leadership council of the players. That guy does what it takes, and then you say, "All right, bye-bye. We're not interested."
Insert for every one of these conversations. I'm going to ask, okay, what about Gabe Davis?
Who did all of that?
Gabe Davis was the model citizen,
right?
And they never really did they give any thought to bringing him back?
Right. It just also, how good do they think he really is? Do they think he's great?
They might,
because
Davis. You knew that was not true,
right? And I think Cookie's very good. And if you want to tell me he's great, I think you could back that up. But how much does it matter that he's not really a complete running back? He's very good. He's very good. And he is more diverse as a player than I think we thought we were getting when they drafted him. But he really isn't the receiving back that we thought he was, right? 32 catches. Running back, that's fine. That's not a ton of receptions. It's not what you would have thought you were getting from him when you drafted him. When it's time to throw the ball, oftentimes he comes off the field. Ty Johnson took that role from him. Part of that was blocking. Part of that was drop issues that Cook had last year. The other thing is, honestly, the blocking. That's, I think, why you look up and you see, he only played 48% of the snaps on offense this year, huh? Less than half. More than half of their snaps on offense, he's not on the field. Why is that? A lot of that is probably because he's not blocking for you. He's not. Allen can't trust him back there, and you know what he is at this point. Maybe that's a size thing. Maybe that's a reading the situation problem that he has there. All this is secondary to. I think he's a great runner, but do they want to pay a guy that's not on the field half the time? Pay him the amount of money that Barkley, near the amount of money that Barkley gets when Barkley's on the field all those snaps. Henry's not, I guess, but he's not getting $15 million. He got $8 million.
Right.
Age is in there too, so there's a lot of factors when you're comparing him to other running backs. But one of them might be he's not a complete running back. He's very good, but he's not complete. He's missing things in his game.
And to me, it's sure missing things in his game. He's your most dynamic player on offense that's not Josh Allen. But that, to me, is looking too internally as opposed to around the league. This doesn't mean I would dump James Cook. I would just go to the year and, dare him to hold out?
This is the thing in fantasy. Guy goes into a contract year, and sometimes you like to invest in one. Contract's coming up, they're going to use him up. Right. They're going to use the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Use as much as possible because they're about to let him walk.
803-0550 is our number. We're circling back on something. It's we're having a corporate meeting here. Circling back on James Cook. I guess the big picture I want to ask about it is, do you worry about it? I don't worry about it. This is where you say that's because you spend 98% of your brain space on wide receivers, and that's not wrong. I do that.
Wasn't Cook labeled he couldn't play wide receiver when they drafted him?
Yeah, it was.
I feel like that happened.
That was think of him like a pass catcher.
Yeah, we lost
Yeah,
that because Kincaid swallowed that up
Right,
like times
think of him
100.
like a receiver, yes.
So there was a little of that with Cook.
James Cook is on the wide receiver PTSD of trying to convince me someone that they drafted was actually good enough to be a wide receiver, and of course he's not. He's a running back, and he's very good. He's very good. He's fun to watch. He's dynamic, and they raved about him, which is great. But I'm not mad about the public posturing. I'm not bitter. I just feel like if you're Bean and thinking about the Cook situation, you see that what happens on social media about $50 million. Like, all right, cool. If his agent wants to call me, his agent can call me. The Bills have played hardball with guys that are important to them. That has happened before.
Sure.
They did it with Davis, where they never really approached a contract. They did it with Jordan Poyer. They did it with Tremaine Edmonds. The guys have left, and we're probably getting to a point where another couple guys are about to leave. Whether that's, Shakir, I don't know if it's going to be him, or if it's Rousseau, but Cook might be the guy. And actually, I have a secondary point to get to on Terrell Bernard, and I'll explain to you why I think that he might be the first extension they sign. If we were to predict who's going to get extensions,
Bernard?
I'm ready to predict Bernard first.
Why?
You want the short version?
Sure.
Because he's the only one that there is absolutely 0% chance they would ever use the franchise tag. So you don't really have that as a fail-safe. The franchise tag for linebackers is out of whack because the position is linebacker/edge. Could you justify 1 year, $13 million for Cook? Sure, fine. Could you justify 1 year, $20 million for Benford? Yep. Could you do it for Rousseau? Could you do it for Shakir? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Maybe tougher, but could you justify 1 year, $26 million for Bernard?
No, not a million.
Now you would even consider it.
His spot track market value on the 3-year total isn't $27 million.
Right. So the point simply is on the Bernard point about why he's the most likely to get extended, because he's the closest to actually leaving. If you let him play out his final year of his deal, the franchise tag is not even a single solitary thought. And everybody else, you could at least claim, well, franchise tag. We've got that. You could place the franchise tag on Cook and then extend him. And you would just never do it for Bernard because you should run to the paper site for 27 or 26 million, whatever it is. It's a big number for linebackers. So that's where I think if you're the GM of the team, you look and say, who am I truly in danger of losing? And do I value? And could I get at a good number that I'm not going to be upset about? I think Bernard checks all those boxes.
Do you know his number on spot track per year?
No.
$6.7 million.
He's definitely going to be more than that. Definitely going to be more than that. But you would just take it, right? What if it's 10? Okay.
That would make him one of the highest paid inside linebackers in the league.
Okay. But it's way off the franchise tag, is the point.
Right.
The franchise tag does not accurately represent linebackers, and because of that, it's almost like a position that doesn't have a franchise tag.
Yeah.
So,
That would put him on it would put him on the second tier.
Yep.
I like why didn't they do it with Edmonds then though?
Because they didn't like him enough.
All right. You know what? They also had just paid Milano.
That's right. They chose one of their other linebackers.
And Milano, they might think, in a year Bernard's contract would kick in. How much longer do they think? Do they think Milano sees the end of Bernard's contract? If he does, maybe it's on a rework deal where he's not getting paid. Right now Milano's the fourth highest paid linebacker in football. By the time Bernard is into year 2 or 3 of his extension, if Milano is still here, then he's not the fourth highest paid linebacker in football.
Right. 803-0550. On Cook. Give us a ring if you want to. We've got a phone call right away. Eric in Lockport leading us off on a chilly Wednesday morning. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Morning.
Yeah, so I have an idea here. So I'll lay it out. I just finished an AFC championship where my best receiver, with all due respect, was Matt Holland. I think I maybe have a year or two at best of having Joe Brady. I'm somebody who believes that if we had moved heaven and earth to get up and get Malik Neighbors, that the party would still be ongoing downtown. We spent 2 1s, 2 2s, and a big contract on defensive line, and it hasn't helped at all in big games. I want to take 2 1s, 2 2s, and maybe a piece and see if I can convince, the Rams or one of these teams with an amazing receiver, Puka Nacua, if they can be convinced to part with it. That's the kind of move I'm looking for. Wide receiver train, choo-choo. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Eric. You're the big splash at receiver. The biggest move they could make at receiver, the biggest The biggest name, and we flirted with it yesterday, that I think they would reasonably go after is Devontae Adams. He'll be available. He's likely to get cut. There's some reporting. I think Jeremy Fowler said West Coast for him, maybe the Chargers. There's a headline at ProFootballTalk.com today that Chris Godwin and the Bucks are working on a new deal.
Mm-hmm.
Higgins, if he's franchised or re-signed in Cincinnati, he's off the market. And then you're at...
Don't want Tyreek Hill.
Nope.
I don't.
Then you're at Christian Kirk. You're at a draft pick.
And I don't think he's above Adams, personally, for this.
Nope.
I'm waiting for your guy Olave to shake loose in New Orleans, but I don't think that's happening this offseason.
Tons of injury concerns there. Concussions. And
he's at 5 concussions.
Yeah, he's at a bunch.
I really hope that doesn't get in he's a great player, but that might get in the way of his career here.
You mentioned Puka. Fun fact.
Debo, by the way, someone in the YouTube chat said Debo. I'm not a fan right at this point. I think he's kind of like a running back at 30. Like I feel like his body is just breaking down.
Maybe. Puka, fun fact, was the number 1 graded wide receiver by PFF last year. Puka Nacua, number 1.
I mean, we saw it against the Bills. He was insane.
I can't
unbelievable.
Imagine a world where the Rams would entertain an offer for Puka.
No.
But speaking of the Rams, when you mentioned that Aaron Rodgers would be thrilled to play for the Rams.
Yeah. Schefter said yesterday, like, Rodgers wants to be a Ram.
I laughed out loud. I don't know why that's funny, but I laughed.
Yeah.
He wants to what? Why would they do that? Why would they move on from Stafford for Rodgers?
Yeah, Schefter said, quote, and the Rams could probably get him for a lower cost than it would be for Matthew Stafford, end quote.
And go from likable to...
Right. Why wouldn't they just
keep Stafford? Stafford is good.
I mean, I know, sure, he'll be more expensive, but Stafford's not getting $60 million.
No.
So
what do you?
Unless is their plan to trade? Right? Like, how does that end up happening? They trade Stafford to the Giants, get a bunch of picks, and then they sign Rodgers.
I don't know how it makes any sense at all.
Very strange.
I don't know where Rodgers. Wouldn't it be great if Rodgers got the Belichick? Which is
you're out, bud.
Yeah, sorry, nobody's
no one wants you.
Nobody's interested.
That would be amazing.
Sorry, he'll go quarterback North Carolina.
That could happen.
It really could.
Not North Carolina. He could just be like iced out. Like, no, we're not. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. Who? I mean, if you're a team, you need a team that's either feeling like they're one piece away at quarterback and can't find their way to a better idea. Or you need a team that's going to draft a rookie to think you're the right guy to pair with that rookie. And who on earth is going to think that Aaron Rodgers is the right bridge quarterback for their football team?
Yeah, I don't know.
So, I don't know. Unless Pittsburgh strikes out on all their other ideas, maybe that's the one spot, but I don't see many other teams that make any sense for him.
803-0550, our phone number.
Although that would be the Adams wanting to go to the West Coast connection, I think.
Yeah.
Adams to the Rams with Rodgers. I don't think it's going to happen.
What do you do about James Cook? Anybody have a really strong opinion on this? I mean, trading him is one thing. Lock it up. You're happy. I think the best argument for keeping Cook is it would stop the Bills from spending assets on running backs maybe, and instead, bolster the rest of the team. It's just been a position that they definitely value in the draft. They feel like they're getting what they want out of it with second, thirds, and fourth round picks. So anyway, Cook, circling back on that. And if you haven't thought of my Bernard theory there, that you
think he'll be the first?
I think he's the most likely to get extended because it'll be reasonable and you don't have the franchise tag lever to pull based on the position. The others, you could do that. 803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe on a Wednesday where we'll have Lindy Ruff and Eric Edholm, Draft Talk, continuing here on WGR as well. The Four Nations final is tomorrow. We got a little bit of trash talk from former Sabre, Brandon Hagel, who was at least in prospects camp. He took some shots at the Kachuk brothers. That's fun to get to. We'll tell you what that story is as well as it all kind of works its way toward the final. And the NHL, of course, in its infinite wisdom, while they're getting tons of credit on this tournament, this format, and everything that's happening, they have thrown in one little, oh my God, what did the NHL do kind of thing when it comes to the rosters and injuries and all that. So we'll explain that as well. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring if you want. Happy Wednesday here on WGR.
The Four Nations final is tomorrow. There are some injuries for the U.S. So yesterday was announced by Mike Sullivan that Quinn Hughes, star defenseman of the Canucks, was going to join Team USA for Thursday night. But then the NHL, Bill Daly, the deputy commissioner, said he's only allowed to play if there's another injury to the U.S. But the U.S. still talking like there's a chance he'll play, so we'll see what happens between today and tomorrow. The Sabres were back on the ice for practice yesterday. Jordan Greenway and Matthias Samuelsson were back on the ice. Beck Malenstein was not. He is still dealing with an injury. The Sabres next play against the Rangers on Saturday. Elsewhere to football, the trade deadline window opened yesterday. Cameron Wolfe of ESPN reports the Dolphins are not expected to franchise tag safety Javon Holland. Andy Dalton re-ups with the Panthers, 2 years, $8 million. And there's a report that the Broncos will be interested in Taysom Hill in free agency, which is not a surprise given Sean Payton's their head coach. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Mike Giannetti of Spot Track. The Bills, meanwhile, are forecast to be well over the cap. They do not have a lot of cap space right now. They could get some with new deals for a couple different players.
And that's before we know what the increased cap is.
Right. But, of course, that comes for everyone. But they have the third lowest amount of cap space going into this year, which might be kind of jarring for Bills fans to hear. Hey, wait a minute. I thought last year was the team in transition where, you took your medicine, took your lumps. Yeah, and the cap is still in bad shape, relatively.
I did see Pro Football Network, though, had a breakdown of this, that they have, at least compared to maybe the teams that they're around in that, they have a lot more flexibility than some of those other teams.
Right. Allen's a big one. They can just do a new deal for him and drop his number by probably like $40 million.
Yeah, and what they can do with Vaughn, and they can restructure Knox, and they have a lot of guys they can restructure compared to, maybe not everybody, but I know compared to New Orleans, for instance, was one. New Orleans, I think, has the least.
They always have nothing.
Yeah.
They're always in rough shape. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Howdy. We're talking about James Cook for a little bit because we want to circle back on the idea. If it's a pressing issue, the Bills have 5 extension candidates, and putting up that poll yesterday or 2 days ago about, who's your priority, which from that class is the most important to resign. Number one answer was Christian Benford. People thought Benford's the most, pressing need, position of need. Money is expensive position, blah, blah, blah. That's the other thing. If you wait another year of all the salaries and how much they go up, running back salaries are not going to go up that much. Barkley playing for under the franchise tag, and Derrick Henry just signed for $8 million a year. That's not that much at all. As the cap goes up, running back salaries are going to go as well. It is what it is. So you can give us a call, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Did you hear Doug Farrar on One Bills Live on Myles Garrett?
No.
Man, it's funny. Garrett is the kind of piece to sell a football fan where you know him, right? You know his name. You know who he is.
Yep.
You know he's one of the best defensive players in football, best defensive end in football, yada, yada, yada. Oh, okay. The Bills should call on Myles Garrett. I'm interested in that. And then you hear an NFL person or a scout or, someone like Doug Farrar, who is he a former scout? What's Doug Farrar do these days? He was...
I know he writes now.
Yeah. So he's a NFL analyst for Athlon Sports, and he talked about, he's been with Bleacher Report, Sports Illustrated, Yahoo, Football Outsiders. He's been all around the world covering football. And his breakdown of Myles Garrett's the kind of thing where if you're on the fence, and this is not just Doug Farrar, this is anybody, you're on the fence. Yeah, it seems like a good idea. Listen to one scout talk about Myles Garrett and what he can do, and you will be sold all the way there. Mm-hmm. He is, I think the line was, He is 270 pounds and has,
Sounds right.
and has the speed of a guy that's 240 and the power of a guy that's 300. And that is not something you see. Unicorn is the word used. And maybe you're a little tired of that word in sports. We hear it a lot. Oh, this guy's a unicorn. But Garrett really is. You can move him, and it goes further. If you want to be sold on Garrett, he goes on to say, you can move him around, teams game plan for him and can't stop him, and he is, yes, literally, put him on your defense, and your entire defense is different now. Just one guy. You really think you can do that one guy? Yes, that's the one. That guy will do it.
Because what am I getting that's different? If he's great, Rousseau doesn't get double-teamed anymore. Right? Garrett gets he better?
Garrett gets double teamed and wins double teams more often than other guys win their single matchup.
Right. So he's doing his job still, and meanwhile I'm getting a positive impact on my other defensive end, whoever it is.
Yep.
Probably my interior line too in some way. And if I'm now getting to the quarterback half a second quicker than I used to, now my job in the secondary is easier, right? My linebacker's job really. It is the right position for everything gets easier if you have a stud there.
Yeah.
You could maybe say that about like an elite corner also, that, hey, the whole defense gets easier to play if I got one guy that could just take half the field away.
Which is something I saw. We talked with Carl Jones a couple of weeks ago. He was tweeting about Benford in this regard. One thing the Bills could start to do with Benford is ISO him more. Have him travel to the best receiver. If you really think he's one of the best in the league and you want to pay him, $25 million or whatever the number is, have him travel with the number one, roll coverage away from him, basically give him the opportunity to be that island corner that you can, and that's like you're talking about how a defense can be changed by one corner. All right, once you're good enough to do that, all right, let's build our defense around the reality that he's that good. And if he is, you can do that more often.
Mm-hmm. So you've got that guy at corner, now plug in that guy at defensive end. I'll be excited to hear that on Garrett, too, because I don't think I've really heard a really strong argument against it yet. Other than, he's 30. You shouldn't be acquiring defensive ends at 30. Anything about the player himself and what he is at this point always leads back to, like, you should get this guy's amazing. He's incredible.
Yep.
It's more about philosophy of acquiring players at that age. And, you did it with Vaughn. Vaughn was actually, 3-4 years older.
Yep.
But look what happened. You invest all that in a guy, and then he gets hurt. And when he gets hurt, then, wish you didn't do that, right? But I don't know. I'm just not thinking Garrett is at more risk of that than anybody else on the team.
No, I don't.
He's not a guy with a checkered injury past. You brought up Chase Young yesterday as an idea. Chase Young's had injuries. That's part of the equation in figuring out if he's a good idea. Garrett, it isn't. 17 games, 16 games, 16, 17, 14. You got to go back to 2019, the last time he missed really a big chunk of a season when he played 10. So I'd do it.
803-0550. Started on Cook, worked our way to Garrett. That's how it goes, As the Bills
it is a great
offseason hits.
All the draft guys are like, this is an amazing running back class, by the way.
All right.
So
don't take one, Bills. Really.
You want to take one the 5th round, the 4th round?
Sure, whatever.
Is that the highest? The highest I could tell you they'd pick a running back though, where you wouldn't be infuriated. They picked a 3rd round running back. They traded back up into the 3rd round, and they picked a running back.
They pick running backs the way they should be picking receivers and defensive linemen. I mean, they spent 2 picks on defensive tackles. Period. That's it.
Yeah,
and four on running backs. And if you include a trade for Nyheim Hines, I'm now at 5 draft picks to fill out a running back room.
Well, if we could play this out, if they were to not sign Cook, and I think this is possible, that Bean is sitting there right now thinking, I love him. I am just it's gonna take a lot for me to ever pay a lot more than this to ever pay a running back a big second contract. So, and I don't think that's impossible. That's how they're thinking right now. We're going to play out this 4th year and hope he's amazing, and we'll see if we can get him on a really team-friendly deal. But if he's going to really be pushing for $12-15 million bucks, then I'm good, man. It's not unrealistic at all that they end up not signing James Cook. If they don't end up signing James Cook, doesn't have to be this year, they're going to add a running back eventually with an asset. Right? More than a 5th-round pick to go supplement, we don't have James Cook anymore because we weren't willing to pay him $14 million a year. Now we need a starting running back. And I like Ray Davis, I like Ty Johnson. I don't believe for a second the Bills would walk into a season with those two as their top running backs.
That's right.
Unless Ray Davis has an explosive second year. They'll do something. They'll either pay a guy or they'll draft a guy. And I don't like that they've drafted running backs there either. I guess they've made up for it a little bit, though, if they haven't given out the big running back contract.
That's true. That's the way to avoid that. I guess the next question is on Cook. Is the next event to happen maybe another social media post, or is it minicamp? It doesn't show up for OTAs. Is that the next step?
That's probably it. Is he at OTAs? That week when it's OTA week, it won't the number one story be, is James Cook going to show up? Unless he's somehow said somewhere that he's going to be there.
Probably.
I think that's what we're thinking about. But I'm just thinking about it. I don't think they would lose Ty Johnson, but he is a free agent. And if they've got a year of James Cook contract, and they might not, depending on what they think about the chances of re-signing him are, and this is an amazing running back class, I wouldn't be floored if they took a day 3 running back right now. I probably would be if they took a day 2 running back, given they don't have a third.
If they take a day 2 running back, people are going to lose their minds.
Which I got my fantasy brain on right now because I had this draft on Saturday, so I was trying to study some of these running backs that went. I got one of them, Cam Scatabo from Arizona State.
Okay.
He's not even really my favorite of the group.
He has the best. He has the best running back name.
He's the best running back name.
Cam
biggest,
Scatabo is a great running back name.
He's like a bowling ball. All these running backs. I saw Caleb Johnson yesterday, who's going to run a 4.29 maybe.
Yep.
There are running backs in this draft class that are going to be awesome.
Shout out LaQuint Allen.
LaQuint Allen, Syracuse, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a pass catching back.
I saw 3rd round maybe for him.
Okay.
Maybe 4th. There are a lot of running backs though in this class where you're gonna. Last year there were no rookie running backs in fantasy. You were excited about. This year there might be 5.
Who was it last year? It was don't tell me it's the Arizona guy. It's
I'm even forgetting his name now.
Right.
Jonathan Brooks.
Trey Benson.
Oh, Trey Benson. Right.
Trey Benson and Jonathan Brooks. Those were the 2 rookie running backs really.
Yeah.
That went last year.
And Brooks didn't play, and
Benson's behind James Conner, who's ageless.
Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. As, we chat about the Bills offseason. And James Cook, specifically, what you want to do there. My answer is I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't know if Brandon Beane will worry about it or Sean McDermott will worry about it. So give us a ring if you want, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Let's do the old handshake meme. Hitting your 56, 99 yards. Me and Tiger Woods. How about that? Same distance. I'm Tiger Woods. That's my club for 99 yards. 56. No big deal.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Me too.
Funny.
There are Jupiter Links Golf Club, by the way, with Tiger. Not that good.
No. You got to wonder about Tiger's leadership ability.
They are tied for a playoff spot, though, right now.
I saw
I'm looking at the standings right now. There's points. It's not a 3-2-1 point system, just so you know.
Right. They got a point, and they celebrated like it was, Prairie View, A&M, whatever college that was that lost 100 games in a row. Anyway, the TGL Tiger hit a ball 99 yards. He was supposed to hit it 199. He heard it wrong and put a 99-yard swing with a 56 and hit it 99 and was a good 100 yards short, which, that might happen on a simulator. That's never happened to me at the sim. One thing that happens to me sometimes on the actual course is I'll swing a club and then I'll look down and think like, why am I holding my 6? I was trying to hit my 8 or my 9 or what. Sometimes I have teed off with a club I thought was a different club. That's happened to me.
I don't think I've ever done that in my life. You just grab the wrong club?
Yeah.
Like you knew you wanted to hit a 4, but you have a 6 in your
Or
hand.
you're between clubs, you're thinking about it, and then you grab one, and then you swing it, and like, oh, I thought I grabbed the other one.
See, I don't think even if I grabbed it by accident, I think when I set my club down, I would know. Like I would recognize every club just by looking at it. Like, wait a minute, and then I would hold it up. Like, no, that's not it.
I'm too dialed in, laser focused.
Too dialed. He's looking. He's staring at the hole,
or too distracted.
Maybe that's my problem. I'm staring at the ball too intensely.
Went to the driving range yesterday. Whole family went.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Driving range, the bubble, as we call it, the family.
How'd that go?
Good.
Did you do the mini golf too, or just
did mini golf and did big swings. We called the driving range big swings.
Nice.
And this might be a relatable moment for a lot of you out there. So I'm up there taking big swings. My son's next to me. My daughter's popping in as well. We're all taking shots. And my wife is taking video of it, right? Like, oh, look at this memory. Dad teaching the kids how to golf. Wow, what a moment. And she shows me the video. And I take the phone. I'm like, hold on a second. And I zoom in. And what do?
Are you looking at your swing?
Yes!
Look, let me see. How'd this swing? What did I do here?
Hold on a second. Hold on. And just slow-mo, like, all right.
I'm like, why did this hook a little bit to the left here?
Like,
was there?
I'm not clearing my hips. All right, hang on. Oh, here, hon, take a couple more videos. Of the family.
Yeah.
I absolutely right away. I went through every picture and which ones? Oh, wait, I'm not in this one. I got to look at my swing.
Yeah. I have thought about when at the range, like, can I just set my phone up, like, on my coat and, like, just record from there?
I have done that before.
Yeah.
People do that at the gym when they work out. I'm not going to do that. But for a range session, I've set my phone up and take video and take a look at where...
Do some film review after.
Where's your trail arm? How's your... how are things going? How's your takeaway? All that stuff.
Yeah. All right, maybe I should just do that the next time that I'm there.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
Maybe today. Just head over there and record and see what's going on. I mean, I'm not going to go outside and do anything.
No, I know.
Today.
Every time I go and swim,
even honestly, just walking into that place sounds like hell. At this, not like because of the place, because of like the 3-minute walk that is being outside. Yeah. Although today's going to be a little better, I guess.
It was busy and justifiably. Every time I go to the range, whether it's sim or actual bubble kind of range, I think I wish I could do this every day in the winter because it makes me feel better.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite the vitamins that you get from the sun, but it's something. There's something to it. It helps me mentally to swing golf clubs. Yeah, I know.
You should just have one in here during the break.
Yeah. Is there? Ooh.
Why not?
Here's the next question. Is there room for a simulator in this room?
No way, right? Well, I mean, right here, over here on the right, and then you set up some sort of... well, then you'd be shooting towards the TV in here.
I think we could do it.
You think we can put a golf simulator in this room?
Screen right here. We're going to have to move this table all the way back in the corner.
Completely.
It's got to go way back over here.
All right.
Maybe we make a few calls.
Want to redesign? Hey, we want to redesign the studio, but we're gonna need like not Top Golf, Trackman on the phone to do this.
Get some sponsors, guys. This is the future. TGL's a big hit. People want to listen to guys playing golf while talking about the Bills. That's what they
They can
want.
even watch you now. Like, you're on
Yes.
stream.
Right.
Yes. See, these are the ideas we come up with. All right, 803-0550, our phone number. We circled back on James Cook today and the Bills' offense. It really is a bigger picture about their offense and whether or not you're feeling good about Cook being the best weapon outside of Allen, if that's the long-term idea. 803-0550, our phone number on some contract issues. Franchise tag window is open. Lots to get to in the NFL. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. Eric Edholm at 9 on the draft in the offseason as well here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Whalen Brewing, one of my favorite spots to get to. It's in the South Towns. I'm in the North Towns, and I make a point to get to Whalen often, with the family as well. Great spot for kids eat free on Mondays, and the beer options are awesome. One of my favorite things about Whalen, a lot of places out there, a lot of choices. Great food options and great beer options. Who's going to have, vegetarian, vegan options, things like that for our family has a lot of different food needs and desires. And kids, whether it's kids eat free or just off the kids menu any other time. Wayland, a great spot, one of my favorites. 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. Indoors, outdoors, where they have the fire pits and the bocce court and just room for, people to just spread out, run around, whatever. They've got spaces for anyone. You got a big party, they got a space for that. Wayland Hall, up to 220 people there that can fit in that for a wedding or a shower or a big corporate event. They've got private rooms as well. If you're planning something as easy as a fantasy football draft or a private beer tasting, whatever it might be. And for a limited time right now, you can book a midweek event with 75 or more guests between April and July and pay zero room fee. So plan your celebration at Wayland Brewing in Orchard Park, wherever event's a celebration, and plan that event, that fundraiser, that birthday party, whatever it might be. Find your way to great beer at Wayland Brewing.
Sabres back at practice yesterday with the Four Nations break for them being over. Rasmus Dahlin, Henri Jokiharju, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, all back from the tournament. They're not practicing yet, though. They'll rejoin the team tomorrow. Jordan Greenway and Matthias Samuelsson were on the ice. Good news, they were dealing with injuries before the break. Beck Malenstein's still not back, though, from his injury. At the Four Nations, Quinn Hughes, star defenseman for the Canucks, on his way for Team USA, but whether he'll be able to play or not is still up in the air. The NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daley says Hughes will not be able to play unless there is another injury to a U.S. defenseman, but the U.S. is still talking like there's a chance he could play in some fashion on Thursday. To football. Yesterday, the first day, 4 teams to franchise tag. Cameron Wolfe of ESPN reports the Dolphins are not expected to place the franchise tag on safety Javon Holland. Andy Dalton stays in Carolina for a 2-year, $8 million contract. And Aaron Rodgers, according to Adam Schefter, would love the idea of playing in Los Angeles if the Rams and Matthew Stafford can't come to an agreement this offseason. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Doug Farrar on One Bills Live. I heard that. And is it possible to be double sold? I'm triple sold. I'm quadruple sold. I couldn't be more sold on do what it takes for that blue chip stud. The Bills have done a pretty good job of finding, later round picks and mid round picks and plugging them into defense that's pretty good. And this current state, they need somebody to be a game wrecker, and if they could go get that one, perfect. So that's Doug Farrar, and sell you on that, right?
Yes, and it's just like I don't even. Just all sounds perfect, all of it.
Yep.
I don't know what stops them really from doing it. If he really becomes available to where the point the Browns are taking offers.
The main thing I think it represents is. And this is kind of where we are. Last year was the transition year for the Bills, and they still have some work to do on the cap. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. But shouldn't it just be all in all the time now? Shouldn't this be a 4-year period, 3 to 4 year period of the remaining years of Josh Allen's physical prime? Mm-hmm. I don't want to predict Allen won't be a super freak athlete at 31, but there's just reason to think that maybe you have 4 years like this.
This is his age 29 season coming up.
Yeah. So
4 years from now at his age 30. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unrealistic at all to expect at 33 it's going to be harder for him to jump over people. I'm not saying he still couldn't do it, but you never know, right? Like he's maybe the greatest athlete at the position ever, like for his size especially.
Yep.
Ross Tucker's called him that, and you don't have a lot of precedent for it. Cam Newton broke down. He also, though, had like a car accident that kind of helped carry that along.
I mean, I'm thinking about Mahomes for this just because Mahomes has had a series of injuries, and his sack avoidance, which used to be elite, went down quite a bit this year. I don't know what that's related to.
Yeah.
But with Allen, we all agree, right? No one's sitting here saying trust the process right now. At least I feel like you shouldn't be.
No, let's go.
You should be all hands on deck, all in, all the way. Mortgage the future is a phrase that gets used a lot in spots like this. And, of course, the Bills should be – I mean, should they be with where the Rams were, which is bleep them picks? What's the argument against it? You might find some good players in the first round. You might bolster a defense. You're going to get picks anyway. You're going to whatever. The Garrett idea makes a lot of sense, even at a big price, even at a lot of compensation given up for it. It makes a ton of sense. And you might not want a 29-year-old Myles Garrett. You might want a 26-year-old Myles Garrett. Well, you can't have that. Nobody can. The Browns had that. Yeah. And you've got Allen. It really is time to strike. It's you get me at my most fired up about this. It's not time to experiment with an offense that can do it without talent. It's time to go. This is an offseason where it's go, go, go. I had somebody send me a couple different threads of rookie wide receivers yesterday, and I think the offense is about one really good receiver away. But I find myself getting sheepish at sitting here and banging the drum for receiver again because they seem to take so much pride in doing offense without them, which I still don't think is exactly a great idea. They've got a great line. They've got really good backs. Their tight ends exist.
They
exist.
That's kind of how it is right now. Yeah, for all that.
So I'm hoping for a big offseason where it's clear, oh yeah, they pushed right back in. They were 3 points away. I kind of want to think of all the things that Bean said. If you would say, I would take down 3 minutes to play with Josh Allen every time. Okay, that means you're darn close. If you're that close, that is a push-in moment. Mm-hmm. Chips in the table. Spend what it takes. I'm not going to be too geeked about a quiet offseason where there are just cagey signings and we're all talking ourselves into why this defensive tackle that played 2 years as a backup in L.A. with the Chargers is going to be a big difference maker. I don't want to do that. I want to go big.
Even if we've kind of admitted, like, they could do quiet offseason, cagey picks and still win 13 games the way we completely expect them to.
I fully expect them to. But it's not going to be about winning 13 anymore. It's about winning 4. It's about 4 in the postseason, maybe 3 if they get a bye.
It's about, And not just even about the Chiefs, like Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals. Like those teams, it's not automatic you'll get back to the conference championship game. I mean, look how close the margin of error was against the Ravens the week before. You got to get back there, too. You can say, I'll take being down 3 to Mahomes in the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs every time, but you got to keep going just to make sure you're even getting back to that spot in the first place, and then to do better at all, because they've beaten you 4 times. So, yeah, like all the context of where they are, Allen's age is actually really good to mention. Like, I didn't realize this was his age 29 season coming up. Like, are Bills fans going to be like, are going to have a moment the day he turns 30 if they haven't won yet? And they go, he's 30. We got to get going here. He's 30.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to see them push all the way in. And I also have faith that they are going to do something like that. I don't expect them to have a quiet offseason. I know they're sitting right there on spot check with like the third least cap space at the moment, but they got their maneuvering to do, and Bean is, throw up the sunglasses pick. Like, I feel like I've got a lot of confidence that they're not going to have a quiet offseason. Even if it's not Garrett. Even if it's not Garrett, I still feel like they find their way to something that gets people ready to go, like, all right, this team is different, this team is better, this is the team that can finally topple the Chiefs.
As we get further and further away from it, is anybody else finding, 13 seconds exists in its own universe, this Chiefs loss to be a little bit more annoying? You getting because they got walloped. They
lost by 3.
No, I mean the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Sorry, yes.
To be clear. Yeah. The Chiefs got historically bludgeoned in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was part Philly, but it was a lot about how they were not adequate. Mm-hmm. And the Bills, we had a first hour say, a first-round pick in 2 seconds and $120 million defensive. You spent a ton on your defensive line and didn't have any horses to do what they did? Like, it's not for lack of trying. It's just, it is a little sticky with me when I think about, I can't believe you got beat by that team that was clearly so beatable.
How is it is that the most common thread of all of these seasons? That it's not like the number one thing, but it feels like every year we've been able to sit here after they've lost a playoff game and say, yeah, their defensive line kind of stunk. Why didn't it look better?
Yeah.
Like the Bengal game, of course, with
Which was
three
against backups.
The Chiefs just now, after seeing the Eagles steamroll them the next week after the 13 seconds game where they couldn't get near Mahomes except on the first drive where he ran around them. I almost wonder if there is more of like a defensive coaching element to it more than just. Is it possible that these players every time at that position fail in those spots? Or is there something deeper? Is there a deeper reason for that comes to like your scheme being, recognized right away and teams knowing how to stop it? I don't know. Just I get to a lot of defensive coaching quicker than I do for personnel when it comes to their defense over the long haul here.
Make some calls in. Silas in New Jersey. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good morning.
All right. With the draft coming up, I agree with you with what you're saying. We do need to take a big splash. I don't know necessarily that it needs to be Myles Garrett. I think grabbing a Max Crosby for the package that everybody keeps talking about for a Myles Garrett, which would be 2 first-round picks and potentially a early day 4, early day 3, maybe late day 2 pick, would be bigger than anything the Raiders are going to get for him. They still need a quarterback. This is not a great quarterback draft. I think if you get ahead of it, if Bean gets ahead of it, that's somebody they could look at. And then you attack the draft, and I don't think you need a difference maker at defensive tackle. That's what Ed Oliver's supposed to be. You just need somebody that's going to make sure he doesn't get double teamed all the time. So find a guy that's 320 pounds, 6'4" bigger, that's athletic with long arms, that's going to win if he consistently gets single covered against some of these more elite teams. The other thing a lot of people are not talking about is cornerback. Kyer Elam's terrible. And the guys behind him, to Corey Couch, Jamarcus Ingram, cool stories and all, but yeah, we probably need to go and grab a couple of guys in the draft as well to go and play boundary corner. I like the kid Dorian Strong out of Virginia Tech. There's some other guys, Mello Dotson from Kansas. There are guys that can play the zone system and not get completely embarrassed and de-pantsed in man coverage. So, those are the areas for me. And then if we're talking running back, Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee, 5'11", 190. He's supposed to run low 4.3s. He is a house call if you miss a tackle, even more so than James Cook. I don't know about how patient he is. I know he can't block either, so we're not losing anything there. And he comes from a spread offense. So thank you guys for what you guys do. We're covering the Buffalo Bills and bringing out good content. And I'm going to continue to make Ravens fans cry on Twitter. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Silas. You start to get into the secondary there. I do think the secondary is in for a very large overhaul. Very big on how many new faces there might be.
Could their corner room be like just Benford and Ingram coming back?
Yeah.
And Johnson.
And as starters,
So three new corners?
Rapp probably starts. Bishop, I wouldn't be convinced that he starts. Hamlin will not start, right?
Hamlin's probably gone.
Yeah, the secondary is just going to be a different group. And
would you over under though 1.5 different starters in the secondary?
Over.
You would say over because I would say under.
Douglas is one.
And
there's no other new starter?
Not in the secondary.
I think there will
be. That comes down to then if you think Bishop is starting or not.
Yeah.
Because I think he is.
I think they'll go get somebody. I think they'll spend money. I think they'll go they'll really attack it. If you want PFF grades, the Bills' safeties were bad. And listen, this kind of gets to the point about all in. It's whether it's Cole Bishop or Keon Coleman. If you want to say they believe in their growth process, that's great. If that happens, that's great. You can't count on that. You are in Josh Allen's year 29 season. It is time to go get it. And it is too much, in my opinion, too much of a gamble to say, we think Keon and Cole will be ready for this. Because if they're not, now it's the trade deadline, and I'm going to work to try and bolster it again. And the Bills should be, this offseason, locking up as much as they can, any spot that they can, improve any spot. It's a year in transition is a year where you think, let's see how our young guys come along. And if they didn't do as much to, convince you they can do the job, then absolutely sign somebody in front of them. Sign somebody ahead of Cole Bishop. He doesn't have to play for you. I'm not convinced he can play that spot. He could be a run-supporting third safety sometimes if they want to play that three-safety system. But right now, I don't know. I wouldn't have a ton of faith in that. I definitely don't think they should just rely on Keon Coleman to be the number 2 receiver that they want. He should think of it this way. Think of how slowly they brought Gabe Davis along. Davis was down the depth chart for 2 seasons.
Yep.
And then in the 3rd season, they decided it's time to lean on him the rest of the way. And that was probably a mistake for 2 more years. Coleman, they're going to just turn it over to him in year 2 when he did less than Davis. I just wouldn't do it. I would be I'm not burying him, but making sure that if he's out there, it's because he's beating out somebody good rather than just watching Mac Hollins out-snap him because Hollins is a nice surprise.
Bishop, though, I feel like they might just think... I think there's evidence of this, isn't there? That they are very good at developing defensive backs.
Yes.
They're very good at that. And I don't believe that they're going to never start a second-round pick. He was okay when he got in there at the end of the year. He was not good at the beginning. But there was stories about him growing as the season went on when he had to play when Hamlin was hurt against Detroit and New England and the Jets. I just can't see them punting on that pick. They gotta give. They have to give it a shot. If Javon Holland wanted to come here and his agent made it clear he would want to come here, then I don't want to say no to that because maybe there's a way to find a role for Bishop that isn't just your starting safety. But what is safety? Safety in the league is generally more a position that is replaceable. Is not one that I usually have to go all out investing in. That's not really how the Bills have operated because of Hayden Poyer, right? They've had 2 elite guys almost the entire time they've been here. But I kind of want to reset that position into just plug 2 guys in. If I've got Myles Garrett and my defensive line is great, and I've got a great corner in Christian Benford and a great nickel corner, and I got a great linebacker, I don't need I don't need an amazing safety. Just give me 2 guys.
No, I think that's the wrong. I just totally disagree. Shouldn't the entire idea be about getting as many great? They should be hunting great.
But yes, they should be hunting great. But I would rather be hunting great at another position where I'm replacing, Dwayne Carter or AJ Epinesa rather than a guy that I think we have no idea if he's good or not. Maybe he is good.
Well, I'm looking at it's funny. If you
Bishop,
Bishop. If you dig into the history of the Bills' second-round picks under Bean,
yeah,
it's pretty rough. It is.
Cook is pretty good.
Cook is good, but of all the positions where you would think you can get a guy that can play, a second-round running back can probably play. You might be better off using that somewhere else.
Right.
But second-round picks under Bean, first off, we tack Deion Dawkins on Whaley, right? He's the GM at that time.
Yeah. McDermott at least.
McDermott, sure.
McDermott.
But Tre'Davious White, Bean's not here. Since Bean showed up, their second-round picks are Cody Ford, A.J. Epinesa, Boogie Basham, James Cook, Osiris Torrance, Bishop, and Coleman. Torrance is good. He plays.
Sure. Yep. He's starting guard.
After that, how much Cook is a great running back, but again, you can get running backs a lot of places. Is that not a spot where it feels like, man, why are they just falling short? Why is the roster a little bit of a mess? Why are they signing free agents? It's because their second round has not really returned what it probably should.
That's fair. That's fair.
And that's to say nothing of the first round. The first and second round picks, you might make this an anti-trade for Myles Garrett point. It's really time to get something out of them. And this year's draft class, here's another point to be made about this. This year's draft class, how much did this last draft class affect them on the field this year, especially the playoffs. Here's a point about Garrett. Here's a point about what you should be picking. Your draft class this year, of course, Coleman, Bishop, Dwayne Carter, Ray Davis, Cedric Van Pran Granger, Eddie Ulofoshio, Javon Solomon, Tylen Grable, Daquan Hardy, Travis Clayton. What contribution was there in the AFC Championship game from those players? Nothing.
Not a single thing.
Nothing.
Yeah, no.
And that doesn't mean, the draft class is worthless or anything. These players might turn into bedrock pieces going forward. But I'm in a mindset to say I need to affect my franchise immediately. Right now. I need immediate returns. And if this draft class grows and starts to do that, that's great. But the 2025 offseason has to be an offseason about immediate returns. Fair?
Yes.
Not even just the draft, but free agency.
Yeah.
Free agency this year was what? Mac Hollins, Curtis Samuel. Who else? Free agency. It was quiet.
Did they do anything?
Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Right, yeah,
Chase
yeah.
Claypool.
Oh, Chase Claypool. Remember that? Remember the Chase Claypool hype spring that we had last year? Did they bring in a lineman? Who was the defensive lineman they brought in?
Austin Johnson.
I was going to say, I think Casey Toohill is the guy they signed on the day of free agency.
Yeah,
there wasn't much.
If you look at last year's offseason, Mac Hollins and a little bit of Keon Coleman and very little else in terms of what you did in 2024 that affected 2024. And the 2025 offseason needs to be the 2025 offseason will affect the 2025 season in a very big way. That's one thing the Eagles did. Right? The Eagles went out and had themselves an amazing offseason in the draft, in free agency, and got great returns on it. And that's what I'm hoping the Bills are obviously trying to do, and hopefully they can effectively do it. 803-0550, if you want to give us a call. CJ just dropped off. So if you want to call back, CJ, we'll get to your phone call. Anybody else? The chat on YouTube is going nuts. There's a lot of hot takes in here, including that we should be wearing suits. We should be?
Why?
Who knows?
We should be wearing suits?
I've decided that...
I'll wear a suit for maybe for draft day or something. It's got to be an event. It's got to be an occasion. Right? Just wear a suit to wear a suit.
This is where I don't know if we're allowed to say it yet, but we're having more draft parties. Last year's draft party, they traded out of the first round, and we survived. It was okay. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
Well, it wasn't funny.
Everybody,
it wasn't funny in the moment.
Let's all get together.
People were very mad.
Let's get together for the first time since COVID. 300 people celebrate the draft. Hooray! Trade out. See you tomorrow. We'll see how it goes this time.
The moment that KC logo popped up on that screen, there were hundreds of angry people just ready to they were mad. Very mad. There's nothing that could happen this draft that would make people more mad than that, right? In the moment.
Drafting a running back.
Ooh. You're telling me there would be a worse reaction if they picked Trayvon Henderson, the running back from Ohio State, than there was last year when the Chiefs logo popped up and said pick is in, where the Bills were supposed to be picking?
If Bean were to trade with the Chiefs again, granted it would be 2 spots.
It would be hilarious.
Right?
It would be. I would feel like he's just trolling everybody. He's not going to trade with them again.
Whatever.
No, I guess actually by his logic he could. If they come, hey, we'll trade up from the 4th or the 3rd round if you drop down 2 spots. Oh yeah, you like this? You like some guy? Go ahead, take the pick.
803-0550. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. The Sabres getting back to practice, and the Four Nations finals on the way tomorrow night. We'll talk to Lindy, his thoughts on the Four Nations, what he's seen, from Darlene, from Yoki Haru, and what he thinks about, the whole format, the whole tournament, how it's been. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Clinton Collision. If your car has taken a hit, and with the weather being what it is right now, be careful because that can definitely happen. Trust the pros at Clinton Collision. Clinton Collision is a family-owned business. They've been serving Buffalo for over 70 years. Don't let anyone tell you where you should get your car fixed, whether it's fixing a fender bender or you got a big dent on your car somewhere, maybe before a lease return, or you're handling some major repairs. Clinton Collision on Clinton Street in Buffalo is the team that I trust, and you can too. Book your free estimate. Call 716-823-2000 or visit ClintonCollision.com. And be sure to tell them that Sneaky Joe sent you. Sabres back on the practice ice yesterday. We'll talk to Lindy Ruff coming up in about a half hour. Jordan Greenway, Matthias Samuelsson back on the ice, coming back from injuries that they had before the break. No Beck Malenstein, he is still out. And Dahlin, Jokiharju, Luukkonen still not back from the Four Nations, but they'll be back on the ice on Thursday. Four Nations final tomorrow. Quinn Hughes supposedly going to join Team USA. Mike Sullivan, their head coach, said that yesterday, but the NHL, Bill Daly, said that the U.S. cannot play Hughes unless there is another injury to one of their players. In football, yesterday the first day for the franchise tag window, and in Miami, Javon Holland is not going to be tagged, according to Cameron Wolfe of ESPN. Andy Dalton signing a 2-year extension in Carolina worth $8 million total. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Yeah, it's been great. Been watching all the games. I thought the U.S.-Canada game was awesome. You know, if you're not a hockey fan, that'll instantly get you hooked. And sitting there wishing I was there a little bit. And that was probably an unreal atmosphere. And I think everyone's excited for the rematch on Thursday.
Tage Thompson on the Four Nations. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Not there. The NHL, in its infinite NHLdom, did the thing that is weird, where they limited the roster size and you have to be down 2 players to get 1 to come, which is odd.
It's just a weird...
So the report yesterday was Quinn Hughes is on his way. And then he was...
So the coach says that at the podium.
And then he's not on his way because he was at practice. Meanwhile, Quinn Hughes is in Vancouver, a 7-hour flight to where the game is being held.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what probably was happening there is that he was set to come, and then the NHL told them not to.
Yeah.
Like, we're not letting you play, which is absurd. That he was on the original roster. He was named to the team, and then he got hurt in a completely legitimate way in one of the final games the Canucks had before the tournament, and now he has worked his way back from that injury, and they're telling him he's not allowed to play, despite the fact he was on the original roster. Just weird, stupid NHL creating rules that don't have to, like, what's the point of them existing? The U.S. had to play a game with 1 fewer player in this tournament because of their weird decision to only allow 1 extra.
All I'm saying is it should have been like the WWE, where you didn't know who the bench players were.
Yeah.
And they just play music and have the guy walk out.
Yeah. I liked Paul Bissonnette's tweet on that too yesterday. Like, just let anybody you want. You want to call up Tom, he said, you want to call up Tom Wilson for this game if you're Canada? Let him. Why not?
It really should
let them call up whoever they want. If the guy wants to fly to Boston and play in the game and the team, let him.
I agree.
Why not?
You should be able to just call up any American.
Yes.
Any American.
You're saying, like, not like other guys that aren't even just hockey players?
Sure. Anybody. We're making a call. Any Canadian.
Yeah.
Call them. 803-0550. Meanwhile, there's a funny little verbal shot fired. So Brandon Hagel, he's the Canadian player who fought Matthew Tkachuk. And
former Sabre draft
pick who they let walk away for nothing. It's fine.
Not bitter.
No, of course. Anyway, he took a shot at the Tkachuks. You let me know if this is fair or not.
Okay.
He said, we're out there playing for a flag, not the cameras. That's the part of Canada we have. We don't need to initiate anything. We don't need any group chats going on. We're going out there playing our game, giving it everything, and like I said, doing it for our country. We're just going to play as hard as we can and do it for the flag. Mike Zeisberger, NHL.com. His next line he wrote was, zing. The idea being that the Tkachuks sideshow texting who's going to fight who was actually for attention and not for the American flag, blah, 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 blah. Fair from Hagel?
I don't know. I mean, it's He's, I guess, getting to their they were manufacturing something.
Yes. No, we don't have to do that, but that's something they have to do.
All right. Fine. Like, it's in the spirit of the competition and, like, the rivalry, too, like the trash talk of it. The point he's making, I wouldn't care about it, personally.
Yeah.
That's how you do it nowadays. Would it have been better if they had talked about it in the locker room before? To Hagel? Like, is it the group chat element of it that makes it like...
You tell me Team Canada doesn't have a group chat? Is it only that the Tkachuks were discussing who's going to fight first?
Yeah.
Is there really a problem there?
I guess if you... Yeah, is that his problem is like that they're picking out who they're going to line up against and who it's going to be... Because, like, Brady Tkachuk takes the face-off the second puck drop. And he's not a center. Like, he would never take that puck drop. But he did it because Bennett was out there, and I guess he was yelling at Bennett to get out on the ice. So, okay, sure, they did it, but I don't know. That's how different is that than, Rob Ray telling stories of how he would talk to a guy in warm-ups, like, oh, we're going to go tonight, huh? Like, it's the same thing, it's just not done with a cell phone.
Right, yeah. Get some calls in here, 803-0550. Derek in South Carolina. Hey, Derek, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys, man. Thank you so much for taking my call. I love your guys' show, man.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you.
Yesterday with all your how cold it is, I loved it yesterday morning. But anyways, I would love the Bills just run it back one more time. I wish we could keep, it's the same players and just run the team back one more year. I think we did great. I think we just got hosed on a couple calls, but I would love to run, just see the Bills run it back one more year.
But why would they not try to get better players?
We didn't do bad this year. You know what I'm saying? We really didn't do bad. Especially if James Cook shows up, like you guys said, we don't know how that's going to go. If he shows up to OTAs or minicamp or he holds out. I hope he don't. But
well, one thing I would say, thanks, Derek. One thing I would say is it's always important to remember that things are not linear. The Bills made the AFC Championship game and then had to wait 4 more years to get back there. And all the other teams are having an offseason where they're going to try and get better. That's Baltimore. That's the Chargers, the Bengals. There's a lot of teams out there that are going to try to have themselves an offseason, and I certainly do not want the Bills to stand still.
If they did have an almost nothing offseason and basically ran it back, how do we think that would go? Really, how do we think that would go? Because I've said a few times, I think they're going to have regression on the turnovers.
All right, here's the difference. If they ran it back, what would happen? About the same season, except they maybe instead lose to Baltimore. Baltimore was a coin flip of a game where they won the turnover battle 3-0.
Yep.
And got a guy to drop a game-tying pass.
Yep.
And as much as we like to think, well, the quarterback will just go down the field and score points, we've now seen in multiple playoff games that he doesn't do that or hasn't done that every time. Not blaming him, just we have this idea that would happen every single time we want it to, and it doesn't happen every single time we want it to. Do you want Mac Hollins to be your number one receiver again? No way. I don't even want Amari Cooper. I'm writing off the Cooper idea. I want almost nothing to do with it.
I'm more and more start wanting to write off the Hollins idea. He was cool. Everyone liked him. He wore an animal costume on his way in to the AFC Championship game. Cool. He caught 30 passes. He was on the field all the time. Right. He caught 30 passes.
Well, 30 passes for like $2 million is not bad.
All right. I can get... How many guys can I get to do that?
Plenty, but they probably all cost about $2 million. He'll be cheap again.
That kind of is my point. I don't want a guy making $2 million on the field 60% of the time on offense.
That's because you want somebody else to make more than him.
Or I want Coleman to be better.
Right. He can come back, but just...
Or I want Samuel to be healthy. Like, really, one thing that's lost about Hollins and all of this, Hollins played as much as he did because Curtis Samuel had a lost season. No?
It's part of it, yeah.
He was injured throughout the entire year. He wasn't giving them a lot. If Samuel was a hit, Hollins isn't really playing all that much. They traded for Cooper the moment that Hollins was getting targeted on a regular basis, and it wasn't working. So, again, I don't mean to bury him. He's a super fun player and well-liked, and if he wants to come back and play special teams and be my number 5 receiver, I'm all in. But I think if he has 50 targets again, that's a failure this offseason.
Gordon in Buffalo is next up. Hey, Gordon.
Hey, boys. Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, so I'm calling in, and I guess I'm saying my word of the day today being adequacy. Because if you really want to think about this real quick, Jeremy, you read off the amount of second-round picks that have either just hit or miss, but it's been more so misses in the second round, correct?
Yeah, I don't think they've gotten the return on what you would hope to get in second-round picks.
So from what I've heard from you guys, and I've heard from other analysts who have takes on the NFL, it's pretty much that McDermott's defense, like most in the NFL, you have to imagine, rely on pressure because of the zone system that they play. So if they can't generate the pressure with the guys that they're getting, at some point, and before I make this point, I just want to say I completely acknowledge all of Sean McDermott's shortcomings and clock management decisions and everything that comes with that. But at some point, I'm not saying that we have to put Brandon Beane on the hot seat, but we have to really take a look at what's being given and say, hey, the Eagles went out there and stacked up their defensive line with the biggest D-line in football. At some point, you have to just do better than what you have done the last few years. And I understand that Oliver's supposed to be something and Rousseau's supposed to be something, but just to be honest, it's not enough. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Gordon.
He really saved himself from this being, I think, a huge talking point about draft history with what he did, what he landed on in the 22 draft after Elam. Because
Cook, Bernard,
Shakir, Benford. Yeah. Like, I think there are enough hits on day 3 of the draft that are keeping the mob at bay from day 1 and day 2 of the draft.
That said, isn't round 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 where you're more likely to just kind of turn it over to the scouts? Is that wrong?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I guess I don't know.
I feel like the board is trusted more later. First round, second round, it's the board, and, well, what do we want to do here? Like, GMs, this isn't just something I would say of the Bills. Why do GMs even bother going? Why don't teams just put it on auto draft? And the answer is because the GMs put a stamp on the draft.
Right.
It's not just pick the guy that's the highest. It's, well, let's talk about which direction we're going to take.
Let's get stupid. New way of drafting.
Auto draft?
You submit your board to the league before the draft, and then we run it as an auto draft.
I mean, it wouldn't really be good for
television. You just watch it. No, we'd still you can still wait 3 minutes between picks if you want. We'll be watching. We'll know the Bills are up next, and Bean will be watching it like we all are. He'll know who he's about to get probably, but
yeah. This reminds me of something.
Then we'll know who was actually number 1 on their board.
You were off last Friday, and I was all set to fight with you about something.
Okay.
We'll get to it in the 8 o'clock.
I don't remember what this was.
We'll get to it in the 8 o'clock hour. I gotta remember to do this.
This was the day after Allen won MVP.
Yes.
Yeah.
You tweeted something about the Ravens using the Madden video game.
Oh.
And I'm ready to fight about it. We'll have fun. That'll be a good time. Lindy coming up at 8 o'clock. And Eric Edholm, NFL.com, on the draft and the offseason at 9. 803-0550, our phone number. Idea for a new segment when we return where it's not Let's Get Stupid. I don't know how to tease it, but I told these guys what it is. What's going on in the chat? You guys got to get on the YouTube feed because the things that go on in this chat, I can't even – it's out of control. Owen's over there like moderating. What are you people doing? What's going on in the chat? All right. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. College basketball season is upon us, of course. We're getting closer and closer to March. And, February's short, so March is really right around the corner. And with FanDuel, you can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes, tournament upsets, who's cutting down the nets, who's winning the regions, all that stuff. FanDuel Sportsbook has your college basketball tournament covered. Bet 5, get $150 in bonus bets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/white and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Lindy Ruff in a few moments. So, got an idea for you here, by the way. Since we are streaming the show on YouTube and Twitch, maybe you know we do that, maybe not. Maybe you listen on, a smart device or a radio or whatever. You could throw us on your television, smart TVs, all that on YouTube. Search WGR and take a picture and then say, like, hey, I'm having breakfast with Jeremy and Joe. How about that? Invite us to breakfast. We'll come hang out. And then we can tell you about all the stuff that happens in the group chat here. The YouTube chat. What's going on in the chat? Today, February 19th, 2000, is it 25? Yeah, 24.
Yeah.
What year is it?
I
don't even know.
2025.
Okay.
What are we doing in the chat, though? We got someone's proposing a pay-per-view fight between me and you for some reason.
That's not even the weirdest thing that's happened today. The weirdest thing that's happened today is there's an individual in the chat that refers to shorts, just shorts, as short pants. That men should not wear short pants. Like, everyone's like, what do you mean short pants? Shorts. This person refers to shorts as short pants.
I might have thought he was talking about the way now it's kind of fashionable to wear pants.
Joggers.
Like a little bit joggers, a little bit above your socks.
Just actual shorts.
Okay.
Gym shorts are short pants.
Those are short pants? Wait, also, not only
maybe
is
this
he not
chat,
calling, you saying people shouldn't be wearing shorts now or just in general?
Ever.
Ever?
Like men shouldn't, you should not at any point.
When it's 98 degrees?
Nope, you shouldn't. And again,
that's a terrible take.
Short pants.
Right, that's the
takeaway.
lead.
This person gives you their theory on life about how men shouldn't wear short pants, and you walk away like, can you believe that guy called them short pants? What is that?
Somebody said that we should call pants longs.
Long shorts.
Long shorts.
Yeah.
Sure. Long pants.
I don't know. What is going on in this chat?
That feels like short pants, I would bet, is something that was like, this is an older gentleman that's referring to him as short pants. That feels like something that would have been like a term in the 50s, I might guess. We would have called them short pants.
Maybe.
Like when we were calling them knickerbockers or whatever.
Sure. The chat is clarifying that I'm saying it wrong. It's not short pants, it's short pants. Oh, thanks.
Wait, how are you able to pick up on that from the chat? They like
yes, it's been cleared up.
Okay.
Short pants.
Short pants.
Are you wearing short pants today? Yes, I'm wearing short pants today. Not just shorts. This chat was a mistake. Stream was a mistake.
How'd that come up in the first place?
Who knows?
Is somebody wearing shorts like in this?
The things that come up, it is like
we didn't talk about it.
It is like we're having a good time. It came up because of the individual that said that we should wear suits every day.
Yeah, but
we should be wearing suits.
I would no. That maybe next year that'll be our last place punishment for our Thursday night parlay competition.
You have to wear a suit.
You have to wear a suit the rest of the year.
The only time you'll see us in a suit during the show is if one of us is going to like a wake after the show. Like that's it. Like Howard or I would
like
come
a
in,
wedding, a Friday wedding, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. The Four Nations final is tomorrow. Lindy has coached internationally. We'll see what he thinks about the whole tournament, how it's gone. His impressions of his own players that have been there and the tournament itself. And, of course, as the Sabres return on Saturday. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff when we return on WGR.
Hey, it's Stinky Joe DiBiase here. Valentine's Day may have just passed us by, but it's still the season of love, a time for hearts, flowers, and showing how much we care. But love is not just about romantic gestures. It's also about community, and it's about helping those in need. And right here in Buffalo at Roswell Park, there is a critical need for blood and platelet donations. Roswell Park's Donor Center, they're calling on you to share your love this February by giving the gift of life. Every pint of blood, every platelet donation stays right in Buffalo, supporting patients at Roswell Park as they fight cancer. Your donation will directly impact the lives of your neighbors, your friends, maybe even someone in your own family. Small act of generosity, little bit out of your day, can make an enormous difference in someone's battle against cancer. It's a powerful way to express your love for this community and its people. Visit roswellpark.org, schedule your blood or platelet donation today, or call the Donor Center directly. You can do it that way at 1-800-ROSWELL. That's 1-800-ROSWELL, or again, roswellpark.org. Sabres back on the ice for practice yesterday. We'll talk about it with Lindy Ruff this hour, so stay tuned for that. The Four Nations tournament continues. Quinn Hughes of the Vancouver Canucks, star defenseman who was on the original roster for Team USA, was going to show up to join the team yesterday, according to Mike Sullivan, their coach, but still in Vancouver, and the league says he can't play unless there's another injury before tomorrow's championship game. So his status in flux for Team USA at the most. To football, yesterday was the first day for franchise tags in the NFL. The report from Cameron Wolfe of ESPN is that the Dolphins are not going to franchise tag safety Javon Holland. And the reporting from Minnesota, Kevin Seifert, that the Vikings are not going to rush to franchise tag Sam Darnold. They want to first figure out what the trade market for him is before making a decision on whether to tag him or not. Andy Dalton back in Carolina. He signs up for a 2-year deal, $8 million total, likely to back up Bryce Young. And Adam Schefter believes Aaron Rodgers would be thrilled with the idea of going to Los Angeles if the Rams and Matthew Stafford cannot come to an agreement. So more indications that Rodgers wants to play, but might have a tough time finding a team. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Time to talk Sabres hockey. Big changes at KeyBank Center. Let's hear all about it. Coach Lindy Ruff is being brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. By Catholic Health. And by Steve Foley Law. If you've been injured, it's time to get serious. Time to call Steve Foley Law. Now, with head coach Lindy Ruff, here's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Get to Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff in just a moment. Good morning. Chilly Wednesday. Temperatures, real feel is 1. So, again, that's...
Oh, we're out of the negatives, though.
That is warmer. Yeah, the high today expected to be 20 degrees, and we're on the rise into a little bit of a warming trend into next week. Next week, we'll complain about it being,
a soup?
Yeah.
Everything's going to melt?
Warm and wet, and you'll say things like, I'd rather it snowed. So, yeah, whatever. This is late February, early March. This is the mess that we get. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. On the Western Hotline is Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff for our weekly chat as the Sabres get back to business. And we look ahead to the Four Nations final. Lindy, good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
We're good. How have you enjoyed this Four Nations tournament? Are you taking it in?
I have been taking it in. It's been great hockey. I've really enjoyed watching the games. I think the intensity in all the games has been tremendous.
Lindy, you've spent time internationally on the bench for Team Canada, and I wonder if you can kind of take us inside what it's like when a group of players, all from the same country, wearing the flag, but they're so talented, in the Olympics and moments like that. How dialed in is everyone in moments like that?
Well, it really is incredible how dialed in they will get. You're taking all the best players that are used to playing all the top ice time and all the top positions, and power play guys become penalty-killing guys, and it's not about the individual anymore. It's just about playing for your country, and for that moment in time, that couple of weeks, you've got to give the players a lot of credit for buying in, especially as a coaching staff, into what you're trying to sell, and the amount of work that's got to go into that short period of time to win a championship.
For a coaching staff putting something together like that for a tournament, what's the approach with the system? I mean, I'd imagine you're normally putting together your system as best you can, how your players fit it. What do you do when everybody is great?
I think that you have your basic package that how you're going to defend your zone. Almost every team is pretty well the same. But it's just understanding that for this period of time, we're going to do it this way, whether that's the John Cooper D zone or the Sullivan D zone for the U.S. team. How you're going to control the neutral zone, and then the best players in the world take over with the puck offensively in the offensive zone and make just world-class plays. So you put together a package of system things that is, for most players, it's pretty common to how you're playing during the year, and the players go out and play.
You won 2 gold medals as assistant coaches. I should know this. Assistant coaches get gold medals, no?
Really, no coach gets a medal.
Okay.
You're given a medal, by Canada is part of that. But no coaches in the Olympics get medals. And I guess
Gotcha.
I understand why, because there's so many different types of coaches. If you want to look at gymnasts with, the amount of coaches they have, and you have mental coaches and skill coaches. And so, it is something that, a lot of people have asked me, and that is what it is. But it was a lot of fun being part of. I can tell you that.
Did it spark any memories watching Saturday, the U.S. and Canada? The game was, obviously from the opening face-off, the intensity was there. But what I remember, Lindy, from the gold medal game in 2010 is, it was a close game, obviously went to overtime, but on paper, it was still pretty clear. Like, Canada was a more talented team, but U.S., grinded their way to the overtime. Miller was amazing. Is it kind of more clear now that it's closer than ever, and Saturday maybe was kind of proof of that the two teams, talent-wise, looked pretty even, or close to it?
Yeah, I totally agree that, I think we were the heavy favorite in 2010, and I think on paper it looked like our club should be the club that should win. But I think if you remember 2010, the regulation round, we lost to the U.S. In a crazy game. I don't know, it was 7-5 or 6-5 or whatever. It was a crazy score. We gave up a bunch of goals, and then the gold medal game went back to I think it was 2-0 for most of the game, or 2-1, and then U.S. tied it, I think 6-5. But I think right now what you've stated, I think it is. I think that there are some incredibly dynamic players for the U.S. team, and that playing field has really been leveled.
Crosby obviously scores the golden goal for that tournament, and maybe you would have a more positive memory of that than most fans here in Buffalo. But watching him in this tournament, like John Cooper says, he walks on water in Canada at this point. Like, his legacy is cemented, but I don't know. Lindy, how much appreciation do you have for what he even still is at this age, where he's still out there as one of Canada's best players, and he would have been, obviously, when you were on the bench, too?
I marvel at what he can do. It just tells you what an incredible athlete and an incredible person he is. Being around him, there's just this calm air of confidence that, he's just going to go out and play and he's going to do great things. And I think all great players have some of that, where you don't see any hyperness, and they always find a way to make the incredible play. I mean, if you look at the other night, the game where he's setting up McKinnon, and he can find that next play, and he finds that play so easily. And then the great players always have the knack of finding a way to score the biggest goal or make the biggest play to win a championship. And I think Sid is that guy. His calm demeanor and calm personality, and then to play at the level he's playing at the age he's at, tells you what an athlete he is.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. A little more on the Four Nations, and then to the Sabres business we got to get to as well. Lindy, how'd the Tkachuk brothers fights hit you? I'm recalling the word truculence along the way, like Brian Burke mentioned that at one point 10 years ago or whatever. It feels like the U.S. has a good degree of truculence, and the Tkachuks are front and center.
I totally agree with you. I think that it has really added to this tournament, the physical flair, the way that game started. It put a smile on my face, and it makes me kind of ponder what is Canada thinking at the start of this game that's going to start tomorrow night. What are their thoughts? What is in their mind as they drop the puck to start the second battle? And who's going to win the truculence battle tomorrow night?
You, of course, had a few players return from the tournament. Henry Jokiharju, Rasmus Dahlin, UPL as well. Any reviews from them on their experience?
We have not seen those players. Don't report till tomorrow, so I have not seen those players. Would love to give you some thoughts, but they won't be in practice today, and haven't seen them yet.
Okay. Very good.
Their play, Dahlin, and even Yoki Haru, I think when some fans saw Yoki Haru's going to this tournament, and, he's going to be playing against the McDavids of the world and whatnot, and I don't know, like, the numbers kind of backed it up, Lindy, that he held his own, and maybe the whole Finnish blue line did, despite the fact that there weren't a lot of household names.
Yeah, I think that it's a great point. I think, when you get with a group of, highly skilled countrymen and you're playing for your country, I think that level even gets raised one notch up. I think all are, obviously UPL didn't get any playing time, but when you look at Dolls and you look at the Yoki, I think they played incredibly well for that period of time.
And lastly, on the Four Nations, Lindy, Tage Thompson said yesterday that he would have liked to be there. He wants to be on the Olympic team next year. He's going to work to that. And he was a little controversial when the rosters came out. Like, really, Thompson's not on it? He was dealing with an injury around that time, too. So from your vantage point, having coached him this year, you see how intense that game on Saturday especially was. I don't know, if Thompson was on the team or if he were to make the team next year, how do you think he would do in that environment, maybe even having to play more? You mentioned it, like some of the top players sometimes have to kind of change their game a little.
Yeah, I think that he would definitely fit. I think really what hurt Tage was the fact that he got hurt and ended up being passed by. I think they had a tough decision to make with where he was at the time when that roster had to go in. But I think when you look at all these players, and I think what gives them, for me, it gives them a road to get in is he's gone from he can play in the middle, he can play in the wing. I think right now the success he's having playing on the wing and being able to score with the rate he's been able to score, I think gives him an advantage. But again, it's taking these players and he may not be a first power play guy. He might not be a second power play guy, but maybe he's one of those guys the U.S. would look at and go, okay, we're going to add some little more truculence here, and we got another guy that's 6'5", 6'6" that can go in and help us in the war.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Four Nations final is tomorrow. Lindy, back home, practice, and you guys start to report and gear up for Saturday's game with the Rangers for the stretch run here. On the injury front first, the break did well for the team, right? Everyone's rested up, and any sort of injuries where things have cleared up. The latest on Jordan Greenway, Matthias Samuelsson?
Yeah, Greenway, was skating with the team before the break. Continued that throughout. Had a great practice. He's cleared to go. So, when you look at Samuelsson, yesterday was his first day back. Had a good day. The break has allowed almost every player. Today, we'll have Melanstein report back into practice and see how he looks from his injury that had him out of the lineup at the end. So we're pretty well 100% go with almost every one of our players.
Greenway hasn't played since December 15th. Having him back, Lindy, like really what have you been missing not having him in the lineup? Because he was, those first 20 games, I think to everyone's eyes, he was having a very strong start to the year.
Yeah, totally agree. He was having a great start, was skating well. He's our top penalty killing forward. He's that guy that 5-on-5 defending is one of our top players. Greener's hockey IQ when it comes to defending is right up there with our top personnel. So you're looking at a guy that skates as well as he does, and is playing at 240 pounds or whatever his weight at. He's a big man that's hard to track when he's on the ice. So he's been missed. It's gonna be great to get him back.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Westher Hotline. Were you tempted at all, by the way, we haven't had a game yet. It was just the one practice, but seeing him skating with Cousins, yesterday. He had a ton of success with McLeod and Zucker, but do you feel like he can kind of maybe help out Cousins and Quinn in other ways to kind of, not go right back to that line that began the season so well?
Yeah, I think there's been some chemistry with certain personnel while he's been out. I think I look at what, Peterka and Kulik and Thompson have done, and Thompson on the other side, and with Greenway, maybe with Cousins, we got a guy that Greenway can play a little bit of center, a guy that can take draws maybe on one side and Cousins take draws on the other side. I've watched some games from last year where Greenway and Cousins played together, so looking at maybe that's some chemistry that we can develop into a pretty heavy line that can score some goals and be a good defending line for us.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff, as we get closer to the return of hockey. Also, Lindy, the deadline approaching. The name I'm seeing the most in trade rumors for the Sabres is Jason Zucker, and I wonder, about his role with this team this year. If you want to tell us a little bit about how important he's been for some of his teammates, just how well he's played. He came in on a 1-year deal, and I feel like for a lot of Sabres fans, they've liked what they've seen. I'd imagine a lot of teams out there might like him as a trade piece.
Yeah, I think he's surprised a lot of people, and I think in a lot of ways the expectations I had, I think he's exceeded what I expected. He's been a great power play guy around the front of the net. You look at the number of goals he scored. He's been a good teammate, a good leader inside our dressing room. Just a good pro. Getting to know him, watching his practice habits and what he's done in the game. I think any player that's in that position that you've signed a deal and you're unrestricted, that name always ends up on the board.
When it comes to the veteran presence there, Lindy, this team, the Sabres, they've been the youngest team in hockey, or one of the youngest teams for several seasons, and eventually it feels like maybe that might be something that turns towards a more veteran-laden lineup, and maybe Zucker is an example of how that can work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that you need those players. You need those veterans. Sometimes the confidence of older guys to get through tougher times is what you need in that room, because they've lived it, they've been there. He's been with enough teams, he's seen enough of the ups and downs, and like I said, he's been a great pro for us. So he's a guy that that on the ice has done the job. Off the ice, he's been what I've described.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, thank you for the time this morning. Welcome back to work for the stretch run of the season, and enjoy tomorrow's Four Nations final.
As well. You guys enjoy that too, and look forward to getting this thing back up and running.
All right, Lindy Ruff on the Wester Hotline. Sabres and Rangers on Saturday is the first return to action. Tomorrow, the Four Nations final from Boston.
And the U.S. is a very slight favorite for tomorrow's game.
This is where I tell you I would pick against them.
Really?
Yeah, I think I would.
Well, they're banged up a little bit.
And I think Hellebuck.
Actually, sorry, it's not any longer. U.S. was a slight favorite. Now it's exactly a pick 'em.
Pick 'em, okay.
-110, -110.
I just think Hellebuck's going to need to be great, and maybe couldn't. Whatever. He probably will be. He probably will be. He is all the time. He was in the first matchup. U.S. got a softie.
Yep.
Through Bennington.
They also. This is why, I let Quinn Hughes play. Saturday's game, Quinn Hughes didn't play. He's the best American defenseman, I think. Canada didn't have their best defenseman. Cale Makar didn't play on Saturday. Tomorrow, even though they both are healthy enough to play now, Canada's going to get Makar back, and the U.S. is not going to get Hughes back. That's why the whole thing is so stupid, is Makar's injury happened in a game for Canada. Quinn Hughes' game happened in his last game for Vancouver. So, that guy's allowed to play, but the other guy isn't. I hate it.
Well,
that one player is not going to make the whole game, but it's a big impact. It's the best defenseman for both teams.
This is why, half kidding, but whatever. It's a Four Nations tournament. This is where one of those spots where sports would be better if it was run like professional wrestling. The commissioner should just go to center ice tonight and say, "Hey, I got an announcement. It's now a 2-game series. You're playing tomorrow night also." Oh, no. Wow, 2-game aggregate. Just make up the rules. Do whatever you want. Call up any American. Like you said, Paul Bissonnette tweeted that. Anybody should be available.
Yeah.
The commissioner should say, just change the rules. I mean, actually still make it hockey. But don't you wish it was a 2-game series right now? Imagine if they were playing Thursday and Saturday on an aggregate scoring 2-game series. It'd be amazing.
You're never going to get your aggregate scoring.
I know. Listen, I got my 3-2-1 point system for 2 weeks, and now I'm greedy.
Actually, you do have aggregate scoring in one sport in the U.S.
What is it?
Golf.
Oh, right. That's right. Of course. Yeah.
I mean, it really is, right?
Yes, definitely.
Does anybody not think that that's good? Should we do like a series instead? Like, points. You want to do points instead?
Match play.
It'd be stupid.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us. The Sabres back to work and playing Saturday against the Rangers.
Who are also, I think they're starting to bounce back a little bit.
Yeah.
The Rangers. I mean, everybody's in the race right now except for the Sabres, really.
I've got when we return, we'll get a break in here. I've got a thing about the salary cap in the NFL. And, sometimes we just talk about the cap. It's very important to point out the differences between the NHL and the NFL cap. The NHL cap's actually going to go up for the first time in forever, right? It's actually going to boost, and owners are probably upset about that. The NFL cap has gone up so much in the last 6-7 years. And Brett Coleman, Underdog Fantasy, was just pointing out via Twitter, and I'll read this when we get back because it's a little bit lengthy, that the way that Nielsen just changed how television ratings are going to work, there's going to be a change in ratings. And he believes it will push NFL television contracts even higher. And what teams should do is bet on that. That's something Bean can do here. Bet on that. Bet the cap is not only going to go up, but is going to go up absurdly. So go ahead and build your Eagles team and backload every contract. And, you're really going to have to pay for it in 2029. Okay, we'll do that. Mm-hmm. And we'll watch the cap absolutely balloon.
Go to $400 million.
Yes. Teams should be operating that way. They really should. Anybody thinking pushing money down the road is tough. Down the road, you have more space. And it does not show any signs of slowing. And Brett Coleman lays it out. We'll get to it on the other side about how, in fact, it might be really about to go bonkers. Like, get ready for $50 million receivers. Just saying.
Woo. $100 million quarterbacks?
Yeah. Prepare yourself. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwell Eye Care. Tonight, there's an event. Sight Night is going to be tonight, 6 p.m., Resurgence Brewing Company in Buffalo. Enjoy complimentary food and beverages. And if you've not been a candidate for LASIK in the past, or PRK or EVO ICL, or maybe you don't know the differences between those, well, vision correction is a very common procedure, and Atwell Eye Care helps thousands and thousands of people. So when it comes to your vision, trust Atwell Eye Care and attend Sight Night tonight. You can register online at atwelleye.com to go to Resurgence Brewing Company's Sight Night, courtesy of Atwell Eye Care. Register at atwelleye.com. Grab something to eat and drink and get all the information you need when it comes to helping your vision and helping see the 716 more clearly. Atwell Eye Care is who I trust for my family and official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills as well. That's tonight, 6 p.m., Resurgence Brewing Company, food and drink, and a chance to get answers on how to see the 716 more clearly with the help of vision correction. Atwell Eye Care, they're online at atwelleye.com.
Sabres back on the ice for practice yesterday. No Beck Malenstein still, but Matthias Samuelsson, Jordan Greenway were back on the ice and are headed towards returning to action Saturday when the Sabres play the Rangers. Still no Dahlin, Jokiharju, or Luukkonen at practice. They're expected to join the team tomorrow. To the Four Nations tournament, the U.S. coach Mike Sullivan saying yesterday that Quinn Hughes, star defenseman for the Canucks, was going to join the team as Charlie McAvoy has been ruled out for Thursday's championship against Canada. But Bill Daly from the NHL says Hughes is not allowed to play unless the U.S. gets another injury. So for now, he has not headed to Boston, but that situation is reportedly fluid. To football, yesterday the first day for the franchise tag window. Dolphins safety Javon Holland was thought to be a candidate for that star safety for the Dolphins. Cameron Wolf reports that the team is not planning to place the franchise tag on Holland. And in Minnesota, Kevin Seifert reports that the Vikings are not going to rush the tag on Darnold. They want to know what the trade market is for him first before deciding on whether or not to tag him. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
It really is incredible how dialed in they will get. You know, you're taking all the best players that are used to playing all the top ice time and all the top positions, and power play guys become penalty-killing guys, and it's not about the individual anymore. It's just about playing for your country. And for that moment in time, that couple weeks, you've got to give the players a lot of credit for buying in, especially as a coaching staff, into what you're trying to sell and the amount of work that's got to go into that short period of time to win a championship.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff talking to us about the international scene when you get the best on best and players, how they buy in, all that good stuff.
So the coaches don't get a medal, huh?
Yeah, learned that today. Assistant coaches don't. And he had a good point why that's the case, because you could just bring 1 million coaches. All of a sudden, they're just giving out 1 million medals.
Can't you, hey, every team gets 3 medals per 3 coach medals.
Yep.
No more than that. So your head coach and 2 assistant coaches. That's it. Would that be mean to the people that are below them, though? I don't know.
Training staff.
Athletic
trainers.
Yeah. Well, they all get rings, don't they? When you win championships.
Yes.
Give them a medal.
They give
lesser medal.
They give lots of rings out, but that's a team giving out rings to employees versus an international body giving out medals to athletes. I mean, that's the best I've got in terms of an explanation. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. 803-0550 is our number, 1-888-550-2550. So I mentioned something. This is going to be a very business-heavy take here on the NFL, but worth just digging into a little bit. Brett Coleman of Underdog Fantasy, he does extensive YouTube film breakdowns, the Film Room on YouTube, Bootleg Football podcast. He does great work with the NFL. One of my favorites. He wrote a little bit ago, yesterday, on the NFL. The salary cap is going to explode again because of this change in how Nielsen measures television ratings. Starting this year, they are leaning into using data directly from smart TV manufacturers to measure viewing habits in addition to the traditional at-home panel method, like asking people what they watch.
Right.
That means NFL ratings, in particular from Sunday Ticket on YouTube, are going to be more accurately measured. The number is going to be way bigger than you think because of how many Gen Z and millennials consume football on streaming services. More accurate ratings means the league's next broadcast rights negotiation is going to be way more expensive, which ultimately means massive jumps in the salary cap. Okay, so what's the takeaway? He writes, if I'm a GM, that means next year, maybe even this year, I can sign some truly outrageously backloaded deals with a ton of funny money that all slams home in 2030 and not even care about the math. So there you go.
I love it.
That's what the Eagles have done. That's how the Eagles have so many players. That's kind of how the Niners do it, too. Every time the Niners sign a contract, aren't we sitting here thinking, how do they pay everybody?
Right.
You just backload everything.
Yeah.
And it's almost the opposite of, well, the bill comes due. Sure, the bill always comes due.
I've got more money now.
You're going to have more money. Every year the cap goes up. And the amount it's gone up in the last 7 years, it's insane. So, go ahead and push as much Josh Allen money into the future. Sign the 3 biggest free agents you can. Push all their money in the future. And go all the way in.
Yeah.
What am I worried about? Josh Allen's age 34 season? Who cares?
At that point, whatever.
I mean, he might...
Maybe not at that point. Maybe like when he's 38.
He might still be great, but by then, if I don't have a Super Bowl by then, we really should be talking about it in these terms.
If they don't have a Super Bowl by then, we're going to be then talking like they need to do, like, they need to
it's too
trade
late.
Every pick for... It's not too late.
If he's...
When did Elway win? Elway won at 37, right?
If he is 34 and they don't have a Super Bowl, then something has gone wrong.
Well, you better get one in 5 years.
A lot of things have gone wrong. Yes, he better get one in 5 years. So enough long, sustained...
You're saying if they don't win one in the next 5 years, they're not winning one.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if they don't win one in the next 5 years, a lot of things have gone wrong. Yeah. The point is, the window should be... It's open now, even though NFL.com's Bucky Brooks did not pick them as one of the top 8 teams with the Super Bowl window opening right now.
No, the Chargers, though.
That's right. The Chargers and the Texans are on that list, and the Bills aren't. So are the Commanders. Okay, sounds good. Anyway, it is time to push all the way. Go all the way here. No transition years anymore. That's over. You did it. Time to bankrupt the franchise in 2032. Don't care. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Void years hand out void years like it gets candy.
Wouldn't the league have known that there are a billion people watching on streaming without the exact numbers of it? I guess is this their way though of charging more? Like they couldn't have done that anyway? Because how much did Netflix just pay for a Christmas game? And they wouldn't have known. I mean, Netflix would have known the numbers on the ratings. So, it's a good point Brett's making. I guess it's just a little weird that they wouldn't have already, assumed that value was built in there. That there are a huge number of people, even if they don't know the exact number.
Right.
They would know there is a huge number of people like me that is watching. I watch every NFL game through streaming. I haven't watched a game through cable at my own house in years, and they would know that, but. Again, I don't know how that process works. Maybe they can't go out and charge the amount they want unless they have it right there. Well, they have the exact number.
Brett points out furthermore that Jeff Lurie, who has a background in film and television production,
owner of the Eagles.
Right.
Yeah.
The deal that Hurts signed. This is a great example of, is the salary cap real? Of course it's real.
It's real. It's just not. It's not flat.
It's not a bill.
It's very different than the NHL also, which is a
different.
very flat cap in the NHL. Like the NFL is like, it's moving all the time.
And there's no such thing as AAV. Here's Jalen Hurts' contract. So the Eagles signed Jalen Hurts to a $260 million contract. His cap hit last year was $6 million. This past year it was 13. Next year it's 21. It goes up to $97 million cap hit in 2029, but he has void years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 void years on Jalen Hurts' contract at the end of his deal.
That's insane.
You don't have to be a capologist to know the Eagles are just counting on the fact that by the time it's 2029 and Jalen Hurts' cap hit is $97 million, they just don't care. Yeah. Who cares? Oh, they're mortgaging their future. It's gonna be fine. So. Anyway.
Hey, by then, I'm not sure Hurts will be good enough to warrant this. By then, there will be a $97 million quarterback, maybe.
Probably.
Per year.
I also saw...
Per year.
You need to treat everything in the NFL as it's supposed to go that way. What quarterback is making $60 million? It's just the passage of time. We, this past year, had the 2 biggest dead cap hits ever, right? Russell Wilson, oh my goodness. Stephon Diggs, oh my goodness. 2 years from now, a team will cut a receiver and eat $32 million and not think twice. Because it's about this, it's treat it like eggs. It's the price of eggs. Can you believe how expensive eggs are? Like, yeah, that's how it works apparently now in society, and also with the salary cap. So anyway,
Allen, like if you look at his cap hit, like cap hits really are more. No, this is obvious, right? They're more meaningful than the AAV. I wonder how many times on a deal a player's their cap hit is above what their AAV is. Like, does it ever happen? I remember this being a thing about Diggs, that this year, the dead cap number was, I think, the first time, like, he had a $20-something million contract. This year was the first time the Bills ever paid that number on the cap. Like, every year he was on the team, it was like $10 million, $12 million, $14 million, because they would push money off, and like they would have maneuvers to do that. And that check did come this year, but when they would have signed the deal originally, how much would $30 million of dead cap sounded like? Would have sounded like a fortune.
Yep.
And then last year it was a lot, but it was manageable. They put a team out there. They were able to eat it if they wanted. I mean, same thing goes for, this is just inflation. Russell Wilson's cap hit with the Broncos, dead cap number was what, like $60-something million? Mm-hmm. Tell someone 5 years ago that a team's going to pay $60 million for a team to not have
never believe it.
I remember when Dak Prescott was the first quarterback. It was like right when I'm on the station, like first year maybe, when I'm first doing the nightcap. And there was a news story about Dak Prescott wanting $40 million a year. And everyone went nuts. Everyone's like, are you kidding? Who does Dak Prescott think he is? $40 million a year. And now he's getting 60.
Yeah,
and it's only
and now like 10,
it's been like 4 or 5 years. It hasn't been forever.
Yeah, everybody gets 50 now.
So if that is the way the league is going, which it is, it's just an endless money stream, and the cap's going to go up because of it. Like give me Myles Garrett even more, right? I'm not worried about. Okay, he's 30. You know how bad should I think the Von Miller signing is as a mistake? Like, okay, that didn't go well, but
it's fine,
right? Like
you could. I mean, there may be better ways to spend it, but it's not like it's actually going to, sting you forever.
That almost kind of makes me kind of feel a little bit better about the idea of paying James Cook.
Sure, I mean, you could do that, or you could spend that money on something else. But let's look at Josh Allen's contract. Allen's cap hit this year is $44 million.
And I bet you it won't end up being $44 million.
No, they could rip it up and do a brand new deal, kind of, or whatever.
There's no way his number by week 1 is $44 million.
He's going to do a new deal, and his cap hit might be 6.
Right.
When they say the cap's not real, that's what they mean. Well, we did some stuff. We signed an extension, and now he's worth 6 on the cap, despite making, $59 million. So, anyway, go spend. Do what it takes.
Yeah, if you just look, like the Bills have been good for a long time now, right? Last year, Allen was a $30 million cap hit. Okay, that's looking right now. That's the first time. 2023, they're a great team, right? They go to the playoffs. They didn't have a $20 million cap hit on their entire football team. Allen was 18, Diggs was 14. The year before that, didn't have a $20 million cap hit on their team. Allen was 16, Tre'Davious White was 14. Just... there's so much maneuvering around the cap that really the point here for me, the year before 2021, they had 2 guys over 10. Dawkins and Allen. That's it on cap hits. The AAV might be like the most useless thing ever. Like James Cook, you want $15 million? Okay, I'm never going to pay you $15 million on the cap. It's going to cost me 6 this year, and maybe next year it'll cost me 10, and then you're not even on the football team maybe after that.
Yep.
So it's not that the cap isn't real. It's just it's way more complex than just that's $15 million a year. Like the NHL brain, cap brain is got to live in a different world than the NFL cap brain.
803-0550 our phone number. Eric Edholm, NFL.com, coming up 9 o'clock. We'll talk a little draft and mix some other stuff in along the way. Four Nations final is tomorrow from Boston. Canada and the U.S. likely to be the highest rated hockey game since, Saturday at least, which of course got a big number. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about a pre-owned vehicle, Riverfront can help you. And when you take your vehicle to Riverfront, they can offer you doubling your tax return. So bring the refund to Riverfront. The money you get back, they'll double it. You bring $500, they're going to double that for $1,000. You bring $1,000, they'll double it. So you get up to $2,000 towards the purchase of a vehicle because you're bringing that tax check to Riverfront. So they double your down payment towards the purchase of a vehicle. Call 886-1626. That's 886-1626 for Riverfront and find your next vehicle. Have Marty Sr., Marty Jr., have them go to work for you and find that next vehicle for you. Whether it's something they've already got on the lot, you can check that out at riverfrontautosales.com. Or if it's something they go and track down for you at auction, they'll do that as well and double your down payment this tax season. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. Give them a ring. It's Riverfront Auto Sales.
Time now for Worst Call Wednesday. Brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center.
I don't like things that are pre-orchestrated. I don't like things that have a fakeness or a WWE feel to them, and that did. They had 3 fights in 9 seconds. They all texted each other before the game, saying, let's get something going. Fans in the arena loved it. I know the fans at home got emotionally into the game right away. That, to me, was a joke. That was fake. Let's all drop the gloves and kill each other in the first 9 seconds of the game. It wasn't organic. It was prearranged. It was not something that came through a rugged hit, a dirty play, physicality in the course of 60 minutes. It was, okay, I'll go after him, and then when I do that, you go after him. And then when that's done, you go after him. And they set that up before the game. That's fake.
Worst Call Wednesday. Chris Russo with the worst call of the week. That's the take there. Worst Call Wednesday. The worst call you can make is to skip your recommended cancer screenings. To learn more about potentially life-saving screening recommendations and guidelines, visit roswellpark.org/screening. All right, I'm about to double down on this. Pre-orchestrated. Lots of things are actually pre-orchestrated, or however. You know what else is? Face-off times. You know what else is? Plays. Oh, the Bills called a play. Did they text each other about it before the game? They might have.
Oh, well, you know the right counterpunch to somebody who's going to make that point about it being pre-orchestrated was, did you enjoy those Mike Tyson fights back in the late 80s?
Orchestrated.
Those are pre-orchestrated.
Also,
they texted each other about that.
Most fights are like that. And again, predetermined. It's almost funny because hockey has this world. We just lived this with the Sabres, where the third fight was not inorganic. That was a Schmalzel near a goaltender where they went for it, right? Wasn't Miller's a little bit more organic?
Miller was yelling at Parayko off the draw of that play, so maybe he wanted to already, but they didn't go until after there was like a play around the net. I agree that I like the fight more when it's something happened, now everyone's supercharged, and then they just go. But that doesn't,
I got a good example for this.
Especially if it's pre-orchestrated between guys that are like real hockey players. To me, that's very different than, this guy's just in the league playing 3 minutes to just do this. Like, to me, that's different.
So there's a story from International Play. Have you ever seen the highlight? It went around maybe last month on the anniversary of Kobe's death, where Team USA is playing, and they're playing Spain. Pau Gasol is on the other team.
Yes. Yeah.
And Kobe and Gasol are teammates. Have you seen this clip?
I have, yeah.
Josh, you know this story?
It's from the documentary about that team.
Yes, about the USA team. And so Kobe is playing for Team USA. They're playing Spain. Pau Gasol is his Lakers teammate. And Kobe tells all of his teammates, I know what they're going to do in the first play. They're going to set a ball screen, blah, blah, blah. And when they do that, I'm going to run straight through Pau's chest. Mm-hmm. Full speed. That's orchestrated.
And LeBron and Wade are like, okay, man, you're not really going to do that.
How serious are you going to take this? And sure enough, he comes around, and Gasol sets that pick, and Kobe runs straight through his chest, full speed, and takes a foul on purpose.
It's like Campbell on Umberger.
It's the equivalent of, I'm starting a fight to start the game to let everybody know how serious we're going to take this.
Yeah.
And Kobe runs through his chest, and all of his, in the documentary, all the team are saying, like, holy cow, like, what? You did what?
Yeah.
Pre-orchestrated. Just because you planned it ahead of time.
Yeah.
You did a cool thing. So anyway, there you go. There's a worst call, saying that those fights were bad. Those fights were fine. They were great. And Gasol, like, after that was kind of like, oh, yeah. Holy cow.
This is what we're in for.
This is what we're in for, yeah. All right, we're going to break in. Eric Edholm, NFL.com, on the draft and some NFL stuff as the offseason, the franchise tag window is open. That report on the Vikings waiting, that makes total sense. Somebody wants to offer you something, you could probably trade Darnold for a little bit more without the tag there. Just, you want to do the tag, you can do the tag, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But, we'll trade his rights if we want to trade his rights. So that makes sense. So Eric Edholm, some NFL chatter on the other side here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. College basketball season, we are in it and getting some great games, some blowouts last night. But all on the way to the big tournament. March is almost here. College basketball getting to the most exciting stretch. New customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who is cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, it's a good time to do so for college basketball season. So the app is easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/white and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Sabres back at practice yesterday as they return to the ice, getting ready for Saturday against the Rangers. The injury update is a positive one mostly. Matthias Samuelsson and Jordan Greenway were back on the ice and are looking to return to the lineup. Meanwhile, Beck Malenstein still not on the ice with an injury. No Dahlin, Jokiharju, or UPL yesterday. They'll be on the ice tomorrow, coming back from the Four Nations. Speaking of the Four Nations, Quinn Hughes, according to head coach Mike Sullivan of Team USA, was going to join the team before Thursday's championship game, but Bill Daly, the NHL deputy commissioner, said he's not allowed to play for the U.S. unless there is another injury. So now his status coming to that game or playing in it is in flux, but seems like right now he will not play. In football, first day franchise tag players yesterday didn't get any official tags, but reports from Cameron Wolfe in Miami, the Dolphins are not expected to place the tag on safety Javon Holland. The Vikings are not expected to do it yet on Sam Darnold. The report is that the Vikings want to get a lay of the land on the trade market for Darnold before making a decision. And Adam Schefter says that the transition tag is more likely than the franchise tag for offensive lineman Trey Smith in Kansas City. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
You're listening to Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
Good morning. Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Morning, folks. Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, guys. Big fan of the show.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Hello there.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Big fans. Over probably 20 years.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
How you doing? Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Chilly Wednesday. See if the real feel is above 1.
I think if it's 1,
it's back
it has to be freezing. Chilly is like, what's chilly? Chilly's like 55 in the summer. Right?
Chilly, yeah, it's relative, sure. The real feel's down to -1. We're going the wrong direction. Eric Edholm on the Western Hotline. Eric, your Twitter bio says Chicago-ish. How cold is it where you are today?
Yeah, I would say it's below chilly.
Okay.
Below chilly.
I was sitting in my garage, not even outside. I was sitting there and trying to decide how long do I have to sit here to warm up in my car before I walk back inside. That's how cold it is.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's the winter of NFL offseason franchise tags, and when the temperature drops below 1 degree, I mean it's pretty tough. Eric Edholm, NFL.com, joining us on the Western Hotline. Jeremy and Joe. All right, Eric, welcome to the offseason. You know what do you see as a big picture kind of story for this year's NFL offseason, if anything? Quarterback movement could be a big part of this with Darnold and Rodgers and maybe even Matthew Stafford. I mean, we could see some pretty big names on the move.
Yeah, I think that's kind of I guess the first sort of two big sort of new pieces of news we're waiting for would be what the Vikings plan to do tag-wise with Darnold. Are they just going to let him, they're going to ask to have, final match on any offer he gets? So they're going to put the transition tag on him. Is it franchise? Are they just going to let him walk? What do they do with him? And then also the non-quarterback move of note, I think, has a ripple effect elsewhere. Is probably T. Higgins in Cincinnati, and it sounds like they're trying to get it done there, and keep him and Chase and Burrow all in the fold. So, that kind of weakens the receiver market quite a bit. I don't think, people were expecting that necessarily to be the case. They thought Higgins might be available. So, maybe some other guys get overpaid there. But not the most exciting free agent class of all time, not the most mind-blowing draft class either, but there's some interesting stories for sure.
We are spending most of our time on Myles Garrett because he wants out, and that makes sense for the Bills. It's kind of hard, I feel like, Eric, to find a counter, like a strong counter to why you shouldn't do it. As we kind of get into the draft with you, was why we brought you on. Is this class sounding like it's a really good defensive line class? Any sort of reason why a team like the Bills shouldn't make that type of trade?
Yeah, I mean, even like, there's a difference between a team like the Buffalo Bills, which has been on the cusp and still remains obviously one of the best teams in football, versus a team with, a first or second year head coach that's kind of in transition. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not. That they're the type of team that I think can sit back and say, sure, we'll pick whatever defensive lineman comes to us. But whereas a team like the Bills might feel some kind of impetus to make a move on a player like Garrett. I mean, these guys don't come available every offseason. That's my editor said, hey, can you write something immediately after that news broke? What teams might be interested in him? I was like, do I just list all 31? I mean, because there's not a team that couldn't use him, obviously, but you have the Washington Commanders type team, the Detroit Lions type organization, and then you have a Bills team that's even more established than those two have been, that are seemingly in contention and need defensive help. So I guess the counter argument would be the price might be pretty high, and right now Cleveland has not said they're making him available, so you can't count on that being the case.
Yeah, the Browns are in such a interesting spot there because the quarterback situation has them in a mess, and he wants out. When guys want out, they don't always move. Like, I'm thinking about Deebo Samuel asking for a trade, and he didn't get traded. And sometimes guys they'll ask, and there just aren't that many buyers. When there's the potential for there to be 31 and a true sweepstakes, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be hard for the Browns to justify it. Even the player publicly asking for it makes it so you're not the bad guy if you do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many layers to this thing, as you said. Like, what happens with Watson is going to affect what happens with Garrett. I mean, there's no other way to say it because their salary cap situation is so bad. And on top of that, GM Andrew Berry I just went on Cleveland radio yesterday, and about 8 of the questions are, what do you think of Andrew Berry? Clearly they're not happy with how things have gone there. What's the league opinion of Andrew Berry? And, I came to the conclusion that, look, if you trade the best player that you have in your organization, you better get something back pretty fierce. I mean, you better cash in on that offer and take advantage of the fact that there are likely going to be multiple suitors. This is like a real estate game where, you hope that 4 teams at least come bidding in pretty high. And obviously for teams like the Lions and Commanders and Bills and whoever else might be picking towards the end of round 1, if there's a team higher up with a better draft pick that comes in and says, sure, we'll give you our first plus X, Y, or whatever, that's going to be a tough one for those teams to match unless they're willing to use future picks or deplete this year's crop. So, for Cleveland's perspective, they have so many issues right now. I think it's going to be awfully hard once they see those offers start rolling in, or if they have already, to turn them down because, I mean, they're underwater salary-wise, and the quarterback situation isn't clearing itself up, by magic.
Just to round that out on the Browns, because I think they're super interesting too. Are you a fan of any quarterback that they could get their hands on at the second pick?
I mean, I like Cam Ward. I think he could be a good player in this league, but it's almost like the Jalen Hurts argument a little bit in that you're going to have to really tailor your offense to him. And again, the guy who just won the Super Bowl, I'm not saying he's, not capable of doing that. Of course he is. But I just feel like it's going to be a process, and you have to sort of be willing to be patient with him. I don't know that I would give him a true first-round grade. I think he's going to end up being like my 15th overall player in this year's class, something like, 12 to 18. I think he would have been in the same debate as that second trio of quarterbacks, after Williams, Daniels, and May went. You had Bo Nix, Penix, McCarthy, all were debated to different degrees. Some people had second-round grades on those guys. I think it's going to be the same with Ward and Shedeur Sanders, for that matter. I don't know that a lot of teams are going to stamp top 10 grades on it. It doesn't mean they can't go number 2. Absolutely could. I think Bo Nix got a ton of second-round grades from teams last year or day 2. So I could see that happening again. But, yeah, they probably have to go the draft route, but it's not the best year to do that.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com, draft analyst with us on the West Her Hotline. To the Bills, we kind of entered into these with, the defensive line class. Would you have agreed with my understanding of the kind of the early process here of the draft that it is a strong defensive line class, and that if the Bills don't make like a Garrett trade, and that's what they want to do, that there's going to be a very good player available to them?
I think that's the best sort of fallback plan, is that if they do somehow, obviously somehow, but I mean, if they don't end up getting that type of piece, you feel pretty good about the idea that either one of those defensive tackles, it's a really deep group there, or one of those pass rushers should be available. Now, Abdul Carter's gone. I think Mike Green from Marshall did enough at the Senior Bowl to probably push him into that top 20, possibly even top 15 range. Shamar Stewart, a pretty freaky guy. I don't think he'll be – you just look at the traits and you say those guys don't typically last that long. And again, Greg Rousseau lasted quite a while. So, it happens. You never know. I think that Rousseau year was similar in that there were a lot of different types of defensive linemen in that class. And, I think that kind of fits this year. You have some quicker, smaller pass rushers like Donovan Ezriaku and Mike Green. You have some bigger edge guys like the Texas A&M kids and the Arkansas guy, Landon Jackson. You have some big, thick, stout, long interior guys. You also have some pass rusher types. So they kind of check off almost every box. I think the Bills, if I had to guess, would be looking more for like a Von Miller replacement and a Daquan Jones replacement, maybe, either short term or at some point down the road for both. That's I think both those positions are well stocked in this year's class.
Eric Edholm with us. So for you, that first round pick, if it were between those two, Von Miller has a cap situation where there's a good chance that he's not here next year. From your vantage point, do you feel like that one of those is a better idea than the other, or both need to be addressed and maybe it's close?
Yeah,
defensive line, interior.
Question. You have to think also 2 and 3 dimensionally on this. Or I mean, the draft people do, and that's what Brandon and his staff have to decide is that. Which position will we have a better chance of getting a better player later in the draft, too? You have to kind of say, maybe we take a player with a little bit lower ceiling in the first round, more of a sure pick guy, and then we come back and get somebody with a little more upside later on or something. If I had to guess between the two spots, that's a tough one, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe there are more interior guys this year, which is surprising. In recent years, we have not had that wellspring of defensive tackle talent. It's been one of the leaner positions, generally speaking, not every year, but 3 or 4 of the last 5 years, it's been a little bit weaker inside. As we talk this through, I almost might be tempted to take the interior player first, even if there are some tempting pass rushers there. It's tough, I guess it all depends on who's on the clock. But if I had to say, there might be a little bit more depth inside.
Eric Edholm on the Western Hotline. Little NFL draft, little off-season stuff. Other positions to really focus on here, like the Bills, as they try to put it all together, we're still talking receiver. We've done it for like 5 years now. It's been a lot. And last year they go get Keon Coleman, who had a little bit of an up and down rookie season. There's definitely something to like there. This class, though, I'm seeing plenty that it's not as good as last year's, but not to undersell it. That there probably will be 4 to 5 first round guys and guys that are worthy of those spots.
Yeah, 5 would be a stretch for me. Just, off the top of my head, I can say, Tet McMillan from Arizona, Luther Burden from Missouri, I think are going to be first-rounders. Matthew Golden from Texas has kind of gotten a late-season boost. The 4 playoff games, he was outstanding. Personally, I think he's a second-round pick. If I had to just – that's me talking, but some people in the league think a little more highly of him. So, he's certainly a candidate. Emeka Egbuka, that's a player who – we'll probably be drafted somewhere right around where the Bills get pick. We obviously know what happened last year. You have the opportunity to draft a speed receiver. That's not who he is, but he's pretty darn good. I see a lot of number 2s in this draft. And that's the thing with the Bills is is there a player you could draft who potentially could be number 1? Oh, I don't know. Maybe. You may have to take a player who has some injury history or some character questions that makes them jump down a little bit. But more often than not, if you look at this group, there are a lot of solid 2 2-3 kind of options in this class. I really like Jack Besh from TCU. Had a great Senior Bowl week. He tragically lost his brother down in the New Orleans terror attack, but this looked like a guy who was completely focused on his career and explosive player, kind of a Ramsey wide receiver. I could see him working in Buffalo. Jalen Royals from Utah State, Jaden Higgins. Trey Harris from Ole Miss. Though to me, those are all like second and third type round guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the sweet spot for this class. I don't think you're.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. To me, I wouldn't be reaching at the end of round 1 for a wide receiver if I didn't have to.
Yeah, maybe that ends up being more of a day 2 or even day 3 thing for them if they address it. And they specifically, Eric, like McDermott talked this way at the end of the season about down the field being something they'll need to be better at, and the numbers bear that out. So when you look at that, you mentioned Igbuka maybe isn't that. Isaiah Bond, I know, is like a speed guy, right? So, I mean, maybe if it's specific to now's the time they go for someone that can get open down the field, does that kind of narrow your focus on a receiver for them?
Yeah, maybe it makes Kyle Williams or Tez Johnson or somebody like that a possibility. And I believe they have an extra day 2 pick as well, so that helps. But, I don't know that there's a Xavier Worthy in this class, but Tez Johnson to me could be like a Tank Dell type of player, very thin. I don't know if that's exactly what they want, but like when I stood next to him at the Senior Bowl, granted I've put on a few pounds over the years, but he was about half my size, and I'm a large man, but still, like that was a little bit concerning, especially when you see the thin lower half. But boy, watching him run and watching him move and just glide. It's not hard to picture him both taking, slants and drags and short stuff and also being able to go over the top like you're talking about. But file away the name Jalen Royals, too. He's a player who got hurt last year, didn't really maximize his opportunities. But you turn on the tape, that dude can play and didn't always play with great quarterbacks at Utah State. So that's a fun player. I think he'd be a great upgrade over Curtis Samuel, somebody like that.
Eric Edholm, one last one for me, Eric, because mixed in all this for the Bills and their offense is what ultimately becomes of Dalton Kincaid, a first-round pick with the Bills grabbed, and I don't think anyone disputes the talent, but production has not really been there. Maybe that's just offensive identity. Some will predict a breakout, and some will wonder if it will ever really get off the ground the way that maybe the Bills thought it would when they drafted him.
Yeah, I'm hoping, because I liked him as a player. I mean, it was easy to see his fluidity as a receiver, and he had late hands, good concentration. I know that hasn't always translated. There've been some drops, there've been some, like you said, lags in production. There've been some injuries and things like that. It's been a little disappointing. I would also remind some people that tight end is a notoriously slow developing position. Even with a Laporta or somebody who breaks out and continues to play at a high level, but even he backslid this year. Both guys were better as rookies than they were in their second year. So that kind of thing happens. And I still think he's got the kind of talent that would be a perfect additive to this offense at full strength. I understand people are a little frustrated given the draft value they spent on him, but I'd be willing to wait on that one.
To wrap here, Eric, that maybe I'm sure the question you might get the most this spring. What is Travis Hunter going to be in the NFL? And really, my other question is he, in your opinion, a top 5 prospect in all of these places because he does both so well? Or do you think, like, if he was just a corner, he would, right now we knew just a corner, he'd still be a top 5 pick?
Great question. And that's really what you have to decide. Like, there's no doubting that what Travis Hunter did in college is nothing of this era and nothing of almost any era, right? I mean, to play at the level he did, there's something special about him that's undeniable. I think he's an elite competitor. You look at the frame and you say it's a little lean, it's thin. Some people would take that to be, okay, let's make him a corner because he's got pretty good length. He's matched up against some really good receivers and held his own. Let's make him a corner, and then we'll build a package of plays for him offensively. I did speak to one team earlier in the year. I'd be curious. I have to sort of circle back with them. I don't know how they feel now, but who had the opposite approach, who said, if I'm using a top 5 pick on him, I'm probably making him a wide receiver and then kind of cross-training him in, like, red zone defense, sort of 2-minute. Maybe you have some, you could play him 20 snaps a game as a dime defender or whatever. I hadn't heard that before. I'll be curious to see if there are other teams that I'll know more once they get back from the combine, but I wouldn't be shocked if there are a handful of teams who think about it that way, because corners in the top 5, you don't see it very often. I know it feels like that's a premium position, but you don't often see those guys go that high. That is going to be a hang-up for some people. The question, the way you asked it, is he a top 5 guy because he does both, and can he do both in the NFL? I'm not sure.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com. Eric, thanks for the time, and we'll chat again soon.
All right, looking forward to it. See ya.
All right,
Thanks,
stay warm.
Yeah. Sam Monson yesterday was tweeting a lot about Hunter, and he is all about Hunter as a wide receiver. Like, this dude's got elite, quick twitch. Like, he gets open, and he even was like, if he did that, maybe being more banged up than any other player, more tired, because he would have been just playing on defense.
The one catch he made in the corner of the end zone, he's covered tightly, and he reaches back and catches like I'm doing on the feed if you're watching. You can see me. Underrated all-time catch. That kind of pluck it away when falling away right from the defender is really impressive.
Yeah. That's interesting that he said he had heard a team do the other way, because I've been assuming all this time he'll be a full-time corner that will get packages on offense, because that just seems more natural. There are not many. I guess there are some, like Cam Lewis has packages on the Bills' defense, right? So I guess you could have that defensively, but I had been thinking the other way, that he would be a full-time corner that plays 20% on offense.
Our thanks to Eric Edholm, 803-0550. Tomorrow night's game. Let's go.
Speaking of college football, very quickly, did you see that they are meeting today?
To expand the playoff field?
The SEC and Big Ten athletic directors meeting today in New Orleans. They are planning to expand the college football playoff to 14 or 16 teams.
16 teams.
And assign multiple automatic qualifiers per league, with as many as 4 each for themselves. The SEC and the Big Ten.
Well, why have a season? Why have a season?
I mean, the Purdue-Northwestern game might matter more now.
It might. Ohio State's entire season doesn't matter now.
I was told the game against Michigan mattered no matter what the standings said.
Didn't.
It didn't?
No.
They fought each other at the end.
They won the national championship.
But that's what I mean. They won the national championship, and everyone still acted like that game was everything before it.
That's true. And
there were Ohio State fans that said they wanted Ryan Day fired anyway after they won the national championship.
And there was a lawmaker that wanted to make it a felony to plant a flag at midfield.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah.
That's
really,
funny.
Really great moments in sports history, yeah. Anyway, all right. 803-0550.
So you're not going to also want to hear the news that the college basketball field is getting expanded to 76 next year. They're adding 8 more. We're just letting more teams in all these leagues. Eventually, you think it's got to stop somewhere, right? We can't do it in hockey, though. Got a team over here that can't make it a 20-team field over here. Although they did do that one year, and the Sabres still missed, didn't they?
Yes.
The COVID season.
Yes. All right, 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up top of the hour. Sabres Live's back today. One Bill's live on the slate as well. We're getting back to it. Sabres play the Rangers on Saturday. I got to tell you what, I've got a current habit I'm obsessed with right now. It's the closest thing to fantasy football. I've found my replacement for fantasy football. It's only going to last a couple more days, though, but I'll tell you about that.
you feel pretty good about the idea that either one of those defensive tackles, it's a really deep group there, or one of those pass rushers should be available. You have some quicker, smaller pass rushers like Donovan Ezriaku and Mike Green. You have some bigger edge guys like the Texas A&M kids and the Arkansas guy, Landon Jackson. You have some big, thick, stout, long interior guys. You also have some pass rusher types. So they kind of check off almost every box. I think the Bills, if I had to guess, would be looking more for like a Von Miller replacement and a Daquan Jones replacement, maybe, either short-term or some point down the road for both. Both those positions are well-stocked in this year's class.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com, on the defensive line class. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. 9:30. Hold on. We went under 0. No, the real feels -2.
I saw that there's an MLS game today that could break the record for the coldest soccer game ever played. In Kansas City, the forecast is -11.
Yikes. I would not go to that
And
game.
I guess they're planning to play.
Yeah, I would not go.
I mean, what would happen to the ball? Wouldn't a soccer ball being kicked, wouldn't the cold be more impactful on that than like catching a football? Or at least football in general, because you could just hand it off. If you're trying to
kick a rock?
Yeah, kick a corner, like you break your foot.
Not going to head that ball.
Yeah.
No way. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I have been spending a lot of my time right now. I've replaced the part of my brain that stares at my fantasy football lineup.
Okay.
I'm having a really big week. It's really an exciting week for me because I'm getting a package delivered.
Oh,
a bed. Ordered a brand new bed.
Yeah.
Bed and frame and everything. So tracking that package, it's like I'm watching the win probability thing on the. I'm 75% to win this week. Check this out. All right, and then opening up the page 30 seconds later to see if it's moved.
Yeah.
Oh, this mattress is in Arizona. Hold on.
It's in Texas.
It's in Texas. We're getting there. The actual package has 4 pieces. There's the bed. There's the frame. There's pillows, and yeah, I'm just excited. I'm excited for this new bed.
You're just following it.
Yeah.
State to state.
Yes. Keep opening up the email okay, manage your delivery.
Is there like an estimated time that you could almost bet on? Will we be within 2 hours of the estimated time?
When I initially ordered, estimated delivery was today. And then I got pushed a couple of days, and now it says it's out for delivery, but another one says it's not, so it's just like playing fantasy football. Am I going to win? Am I going to bet? Do I get a bet today? Right. Is it Saturday? And I'm very excited.
I had a package that was the whole time I was watching the same thing, and it said estimated delivery Tuesday by 9 p.m., by the way. And Saturday, it just showed up.
3 days early?
Yeah. Just showed up on Saturday.
Maybe I'll get a bed today.
Yeah, maybe.
That'd be exciting. Here's another one, scheduled Saturday. All right.
It's almost like when your food arrives too quick at a restaurant.
Yes.
Question I don't think this should have got here this quick. I don't know about this. That was kind of me getting this package 3 days early. How did you do that?
Yeah.
I didn't pay for 1 day, 2 day shipping. I had to check that. I had to make sure I didn't pay for 2 day shipping for some reason.
We had an incident where we thought we had a package, stolen porch pirate kind of situation, and then we found it 3 days later underneath a snowbank. It was just frozen to the ground underneath stuff because, it's been...
The wind could just take it away, honestly.
It's just been weather lately. The weather is weathering. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550, our phone number, Jeremy and Joe. It's, late February. We're only a month away from the sun setting at 7 p.m.
Sweet.
It's a month.
A month.
Does that make you feel better?
We are almost through it.
Yep.
Or February 19th. It could be worse. It could be December 19th. Us going through this and we got 3 more months of this garbage.
Here's a question for you. Conspiracy, whatever. Did you see Joe Mixon and Will Anderson Jr. of the Texans? They were both fined for criticizing the officials in the divisional round.
I saw Mixon had the appeal. He won the appeal.
Yes. So did Will Anderson Jr.
Okay.
So the NFL took back the fines for the players that criticized the officials.
Yeah, well, clearly they did that because they were correct, right? They were accurate. Mixon, though, there was more to that. Anderson clearly criticized the refs. The story on Mixon was they fined him for a quote he didn't say. Someone from the league misread a story at Sports Illustrated Because the quote they used when describing why he was fined was a quote that former NFL receiver T.J. Hushmanzada said. And they misread the story because Mixon didn't say it. There was another quote from Mixon later on that was way more tame. So what did the NFL do when they realized they fined him for a quote he didn't say? They changed the quote that they fined him for, which was not that critical at all. So they made a mistake on Mixon, and then instead of admitting their mistake, said, "Oh no, you're not fined." They just said, "Oh, you're fined for this instead." Then, So he won that appeal. Anderson, I'm surprised, won though, because Anderson was wasn't he the one that after the game said that "Oh yeah, we're fighting two teams out there"?
He said, "Yeah, playing against the refs."
So I'm kind of surprised maybe they rescinded that one. So of course that means that he was right. They were playing two teams.
The NFL today announced, we had this yesterday late in the show, that the Chargers were likely to be the team to host in Brazil, and they will be. The Chargers host in Brazil, which means Friday, the opening week, you got Thursday night, that'll be Eagles.
Yep.
Thursday Night Football. And then the Chargers play on Friday against one of these teams. So not divisional, right? Not going to be the division.
Right.
We'll take out the division. The teams they could play otherwise are the Texans, Colts, Eagles, Commanders, Steelers, and Vikings. I would eliminate the Colts and the Steelers because they're already going international. Steelers are going to Dublin, and the Colts, I believe, are going to Munich.
Okay.
But the Colts are going international. That leaves Eagles, won't be them. They're playing the day before.
Yep.
That leaves Commanders, Texans, Vikings. So I think the Commanders, the Texans, or the Vikings are going to Brazil, and I bet it's an AFC matchup.
Yeah, because I actually think Commanders is going to be the Thursday night game.
Against the Eagles.
Yeah, the opener.
So now you're down to Vikings and Texans. So I bet you my bottom dollar right now, Chargers, Texans, Brazil on that Friday game.
I think we kind of just figured it out.
Isn't that it?
I think that makes, yes. That almost feels too easy, but I feel like, yeah. I mean, I guess it could be the Vikings, but...
Or it could be division if they decide they want to go division, but
I don't think
usually don't give away a home game in the division.
Although...
So I think it's the Texans.
Do they have a team here who might say, yeah, actually, you know what? Rather than have Chief fans come in and take over our building because it's not really a home game for us anyway, we'll just go to Brazil.
Brazil? I mean, maybe.
If there was a team to do that with, it would be the LA Chargers.
Or the Titans.
But I would agree.
The Titans always give away their home tickets.
Yeah, I would bet the favorite would be the Texans, then the Vikings, and then division.
Yeah,
in that order. And I think the Texans might be like more minus money to be that game. That's a fine game.
Chargers, Texans to open up.
According to Bucky Brooks, they both have bigger Super Bowl windows than the Bills do.
This is true. He did say that.
So who's who between the Texans and the Chargers? One of those two teams will be great, right?
I would bet the Chargers are more likely to be great than the Texans right now. The Chargers have some continuity on their side, and the Texans are starting over at offensive coordinator.
Yep.
And no Diggs, who, by the way, was really important for them, so they can replace him.
Or they could re-sign him, I guess.
That's right. They could.
Those are, to me, the two teams, though, right now that probably feel like, even if they're wrong, they probably feel like we have a quarterback that can jump up in that category with the top guys in the AFC. We just got to put it together.
Who would you rather have?
We've got the talent at quarterback to join the high rollers club.
That's a great who would you rather have, Stroud or Herbert? Who would you rather have?
I'd rather have Herbert. Yeah, I'd rather have Herbert.
Because of mobility? He doesn't use it as much.
I think he has, on par with Allen, like the most talented arm in the league. He's not as mobile. He's more mobile maybe than Stroud, but he's not as mobile as obviously Allen or Jackson or even Mahomes. And I might have to wonder about him upstairs a little bit, right? Like I know he didn't turn the ball over all year, but he had 3
interceptions on the year and then 4 in the playoffs.
Right, but he's had his moments. He's had moments throughout his career. I mean, didn't he throw a bunch of picks when they blew a 27-point lead to the Jaguars in a playoff game?
Yeah.
So like I might have to wonder about him upstairs a little bit, but I would be tempted. If I was a team, Harbaugh's my coach, I'd be tempted to say, I just got to find the right coach and infrastructure, and I can make that dude one of the best quarterbacks in football because his arm is as talented as anybody. Like it really is on par with Allen. He throws laser beams at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He chucks the ball down the field when he needs to. He just again hasn't had himself the ability and the tools, I think, to put it all together.
Well, think about McConkey and how good McConkey was this year. Is that the best receiver that he's ever had? I mean,
he had Keenan Allen.
He had okay.
Both guys were slot receivers, by the way.
Mm-hmm. They need somebody on the outside.
Yeah, no, McConkey, right, who's his best receiver? Like, he's got the big arm. One complaint I always had about them was the coordinator there, I don't remember his name, but he came from New Orleans with Drew Brees, which was like a check-down, short offense. Yeah. And that's what he did with Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Herbert's got this massive arm. They just never used it. They never brought in the guys to use it.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it does a
little bit. Doesn't come out. It sounds familiar.
But they never had that. Like the Bills, at least.
No, I know.
We've seen Allen a couple times with an offense that can chuck it down the field. Herbert, you've really never seen it. So, and why? Because their best outside perimeter receiver, in addition to a coordinator that was used to screens and everything, who was the top receiver is Mike Williams. He doesn't get open. You can throw a jump ball to him. So, yeah, I like Herbert. I think he is better than what his reputation is right now. I think there's a Chargers thing going on there. The Chargers are going to take your talented quarterback and they're going to chew him up and spit him out, and everyone's going to think he's a bum. They've been doing it for 35 years. All the way back to Fouts, maybe.
I think the chargering is done.
What?
They had a terrible playoff game, but I think Harbaugh.
I mean, it's tough to say they're done charging when they just chargered.
And they lost a playoff game with a bunch of turnovers. Like, what was,
But that was the...
How is that different than what the Ravens did? Lost a playoff game. They lost a road playoff game.
Because you expect it from the Chargers. You maybe didn't expect it from the Ravens.
Yeah.
The Chargers are, I don't care what... They're the opposite of the Chiefs. I don't care how good, what they did in the regular season. I know they're going to be different when the postseason shows up. Right? And when you got confirmation of that, I'm not even saying it's right. I'm just saying it's defendable that they're going to charge her until the end.
That game, if you remember that game, 32-12, the Texans beat the Chargers, and they intercepted Herbert 4 times. The Chargers were up 6-0 in that game. And if you were watching that game, you thought the Texans have never been more dead than dead. They are a disaster. And then a touchdown pass to C.J. Stroud kind of opened it up.
Yeah,
7-6, and from there it was just all right.
Well, then
it's ball game.
It was the pick six, wasn't it?
It was a pick six, 38-yard pick six.
Yep.
Yeah, it was nuts.
They're just hilarious. Even when I'm looking at the game chart right now. Even when they scored that touchdown, 86-yard touchdown,
2-point conversion intercepted back the other way.
Yeah, the kicker tried to spike the ball on the ground like that. That's the Chargers right there. Even when you thought they were about to turn it around, the kicker decides I'm going to punch the ball to the ground up in the air, and they returned it for a 2-pointer.
It was goofy. All right, we'll finish things up and pass it off to the Extra Point Show coming up in a moment here on WGR.
Viking sports news airs first here. Guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550. 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
All right, we'll reenact the conversation we just had in the break.
So we're talking about Eichel, and I go, I think he was the favorite for the Hart. He might still be up there. So I go to Hart Trophy odds, and I go, Leon Draisaitl is minus money to win the Hart Trophy.
To which I said, you probably shouldn't be allowed to win the Hart if McDavid is on your team.
Right. And then I go, he must have insane stats. Pull it up. He has 40 goals in 55 games.
And I said, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Maybe you should win the Hart.
What's that pace?
Geez, like 60?
He's on
62?
pace for, 60 goals.
Okay, it's pretty good.
He's on pace for 60 goals and 124 points. All right.
Respect.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
I had something else I was just looking up. Oh, I know. The Sabres draft odds. 9.5% for the number one overall pick.
All right.
Also, checking
10 times better than their playoff odds.
Checking in on odds and percentage or probability. Have you been keeping an eye on that comet?
Asteroid.
Whatever. That's not the same thing?
No. Comet's more ice. It's got a tail that comes off the end. I think it's about the material and also where it comes from. Like, comets typically come from, I think, like the Kuiper Belt.
Well,
asteroids come from
talking
the
about
asteroid belt.
Space and doesn't know
Don't get me
anything
going
about
on
Star Wars.
space.
Asteroids are rocky objects. Comets are made of ice, dust, and rock.
Okay, there you go.
Fine. The asteroid...
Because the sun melts the ice, which is why you get the tail that comes off the back of the comet.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
I know my space stuff.
Sure. Question.
But he doesn't know what a tauntaun is.
I don't know what a tauntaun is.
And
I don't know. Right, that galaxy I'm not as familiar with. Sorry.
Okay, do comets, when you're melting the ice off the back of it from the sun, when it goes back out to the nether reaches, does it gain more ice? Or is there just enough ice that it slowly melts over time? Does a comet, once all the ice melts off, become just an asteroid?
Maybe it's not. It like melts into vapor, though, I think. So like then it's just kind of out there.
Then what?
It just kind of hangs out.
I'm saying, are you a comet until all of your ice burns off and then you're an asteroid?
Oh, I see. That sounds like that would make sense.
That. We're not learning anything. Anyway, did you see that the asteroids' odds of hitting Earth are up above 3%?
Yeah, 3.1.
It's kind of real when they write 1 in 32. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
1 in 32 teams will win the Stanley Cup this year.
That's right.
Yeah, I saw. Now we're comparing it to a lot of different sports numbers over the years. Like teams have won lotteries with far fewer than 3.1% chance. This asteroid, if you're wondering, by the way, it's like big enough to destroy a city, not to blow up the Earth.
Yeah.
Which not to say that's not still
It is
worth tracking or moving if they can.
Sure. The real question is, when do they start doing the crunching the numbers about like where's it going to hit?
Okay, so the thing I've read a lot about this thing. So it is going to do a loop around the sun. So when it goes behind the sun, I think next year we're not going to see it for 2 years because you can't see behind the sun. So then it's going to come back out around the sun in 2028, and then we're going to know if it's going to hit or not. Or how close it'll be, or like we're going to know a much better idea. Like there's a day they know we're going to see it again, and then we'll figure out if there's got a chance or not.
I feel like there's a lot of meme potential in that. The memes are going to be off the charts when this. It's back. Let's go to Cincinnati. Oh no. I don't know.
What are you doing to Cincinnati?
Joe Burrow's on the screen. That's why I picked Cincinnati.
All right, that's
no shade. No shade at Cincinnati. All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.